order, please.
This meeting will be conducted by audio and video conference without a physically present quorum of the Rock Island City Council due to the disaster declaration issued by Governor Pritzker. Because of this order related to COVID-19 public health concerns affecting the state and the city, the mayor has determined that an in-person meeting at City Hall with all participants may not be practical or prudent. Aldermen and staff may not all be physically present at City Hall due to the disaster, and physical attendance at City Hall may be limited. To participate remotely during the public comment or public hearing portion of the meeting, please join by phone at 1-413-338-0107 and use PIN number 629-373-399 and the pound sign.
Thank you very much. We could do a roll call.
Alderperson Robinson.
Present.
Hurt.
Here.
Gilbert.
Present.
Swanson.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Poulos.
Here.
Keenan. Absent. Mayor Tomes.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Public comment. A couple of people signed up. Gay and, is it Shannon? Burnett?
Was there anyone before us?
There was, no, there's nobody before me, but Edward, is it Yanni?
Yes.
He signed up or she signed up also. That's the only two that signed up, unless there's somebody else that we missed. Somebody like to come up and talk, or?
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Shelley Morguy. Okay, we're here representing the African American community here in Rock Island. This is in regards to the African American Historic Civil Rights Grant that was just awarded to the city. You all familiar with that?
No, I got to say that I am not. I missed it if there was, what it was. It's on the next agenda. Oh, it's on the agenda next week?
Yes.
Oh, it's on the agenda
It's
next
the agenda for next week.
Okay, so we wanted to address the city council. We have some serious concerns and questions about the formation of the actual grant. We had the announcement that was made in the newspaper that this grant had been awarded was news to everyone in the Black community. And because this grant focuses on the historic preservation and the history of the African American community in Rock Island, that was a major concern. And that no one from our community was even consulted or notified that this grant was even available, that it was written, that it was submitted. And we understand, after speaking with representatives from Passports or MediaLink and Pearson Consulting, and these are the entities that the city will be funneling the, was it $33,000 award, will be funneling this money to these, to Pearson Consulting and Passports or MediaLink. These individuals are not from the African American community. Charles Pearson from Pearson Consulting actually is from Iowa, from Waterloo. In regards to his credentials, or Natalie from MediaLink, you know, we have no knowledge of that. But we have a rich history in Rock Island. We are part of this community. And we would expect that a grant of this size and of this importance, the stakeholders would have an opportunity to buy in to the rhetoric or the narrative that is in the grant, which we have not seen. So we have a concern about that. We have a concern about how things are, how decisions are made. We understand that our own alderman, who is Moses Robinson, was not even consulted. There are several people in the African American community who could have and should have been at the table. So we felt like we were intentionally left out of the process. So we wanted to go on record. We also wanted to, and this is not Randy Tweed, is it?
No.
No, I didn't think so. We understand that it went through his office, that he signed off on it and made the decision that this would happen. We want to make sure that when things like this happen, these opportunities arise, that we be given the respect and the consideration that any other group, any other neighborhood would receive. Gay, do you want to come on up?
I don't know where you were in the process.
Oh, I just talked.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Gay Shannon Burnett, and I'm a longtime resident of Rock Island, Illinois. And I'm here just kind of as a concerned citizen, basically because with this grant, we were just wondering, as the members of the Rock Island community, we're here to establish on the city record, you know, our concerns, our questions, and our objections to the way this grant is being implemented. It's not that we don't want the history of African Americans in the city of Rock Island to be documented, preserved, and told. It's just that we do feel, like Shelley was saying, we've been left out of the process. We know that the grant was applied for by the city. It's a federal grant. The city is supposed to be the project manager, so it's definitely your grant, but it was contracted to two entities that we don't feel adequately represents the Black community, and we do not have confidence that they can do a good job in telling our stories. And so that's why we're here tonight, because we would like to know, was the African American community notified? What efforts were made to get buy-in from our community? We also would like to know how and why the grant partners were selected and by whom, and who approved the grant to be submitted in the first place. And then, were there letters of support from our community stakeholders? How were the grant partners vetted? And that's one of our major concerns. I mean, I'm sure that you've worked in the past with maybe one of them, but we want to know, how were these people vetted? What made them the authorities and the experts and the people that could preserve our history and that would do a good job of preserving it for the city of Rock Island? So that's a real big point of objection and contention for us. We also want to know how and why MediaLink, and I guess this is a little bit redundant, MediaLink and Charles Pearson Consultant were selected to collect and tell the stories of the Rock Island Black community. We don't feel that these entities, and I guess I've said that before, should be in charge of gathering and telling our stories. And who will, this is a real important one for us, because once content is created, we'd like to know who owns it. I mean, you gather the stories and the histories of the Black community, and then we don't even get to own it. So we don't feel that we have ownership, we haven't been included, and quite frankly, we don't really feel that other communities in Rock Island would have been treated. And like we have been on Zooms with these two entities, and we did tell them we felt that this was extremely disrespectful and that we just really don't want to see this grant proceed this way. And I'm not really sure what type of what you can do at this point, I do know a little bit about grants, and I do know that you can contact the federal government and say, we'd like to make some amendments or adjustments, because it's your grant. I mean, I know that everyone's saying, oh, it's not the city's grant, but it is the city's grant. And you control it, you allocate all the money and how it's being spent, and you have to, you know, divvy it out. So this is what we'd like to know. I'm not sure how you get back to citizens, or if you do get back to citizens, but we would like for you to get back to us with the response and in time for it to actually make a difference. I mean, getting back to us next year after you've implemented the grant is kind of a moot point. So that's, and one important thing, we would like, our request is to just table this grant until some of these questions and these concerns can be answered to the Black community. And I know with grants, and we don't know where you are in the process, but I do know getting awarded a grant is one thing, but also the city or whoever gets awarded this grant has to sign the contract and accept it. And we don't even know if that's been done. We did see it on the agenda today. I think it was, I'm not sure.
Not on the agenda for today.
It's not on the
It is
agenda for
not.
today?
No.
Okay. But it's part of the development, the development, department?
Economic Development Department.
Okay, so it was under their budget, that PDF link that you can click on. And we were wondering, because it said pass, P-A-S-S, through, what does that even mean? Because we were wondering, does that mean that it's already done? So,
And unfortunately, we're not going to have the devil's the detail to talk about it tonight.
okay.
So what we'll do is we'll talk to those individuals, and somebody will get back in touch with somebody there and help answer these questions.
All right, well, I'm sorry?
What about next week?
Oh, is it possible to have this done by next week?
I hope so, but once again, I don't know people's schedules that are involved with it, so I hate to commit, but I believe we can.
All right,
So we will make every effort to do that on a
Okay.
timely basis.
because we're concerned about this, and if this is not, done to at least try to satisfy the concerns and the questions that we have, then we'll have to see what our next steps are, because at a certain point, we just feel that we can't continue to be disrespected and to just have things happen to us and not be an active part of that decision. So, thank you.
I appreciate,
For your
and
time.
and actually,
That's
Miles, I don't know if you might get their contact information, I don't have that here, unless somebody's got it, just so we have a way to get to them.
When you say that.
I have it, Mayor.
we're
Okay,
going to be-
somebody's got it
This is
then.
Moses. You have it.
Okay, Moses got it.
Oh, okay. When you say you're going to be discussing it next week, in what way? Is it going to be, I don't understand. You're going to be discussing it next week, but is.
I don't know, I got to say
no
that,
idea.
to be honest with you,
Okay,
I
so
wasn't
that
even
comes
aware of
with
it
that-
myself.
But that department will present it, okay.
That's
All right.
correct, and it may end up getting tabled due to your discussions, we don't know.
Okay.
So your discussions and our research will determine whether it even shows up next week, and if so, what discussions those are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you have anything?
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Is there anybody virtually? Public comment? Seeing none, we will move forth. We now have a proclamation.
Proclamation declaring Saturday, November 27th, 2021 is Small Business Saturday in the city of Rock Island. Whereas the city of Rock Island celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community, and whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 31.7 million small businesses in the United States, and they represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees, and they are responsible for 65.1% of net new jobs created from 2000 to 2019. And whereas small businesses employ 47.1% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, 88% of U.S. consumers feel a personal commitment to support small businesses in the wake of the pandemic, and 92% of small business owners have pivoted the way they do business to stay open during the pandemic. And whereas 97% of small business Saturday shoppers recognize the impact they can make by shopping small, 85% of them also encourage friends and family to do so too. And whereas 56% of shoppers reported they shopped online with a small business on Small Business Saturday in 2020, and more than 50% of consumers who reported shopping small endorsed a local business on social media or shopped at a local business because of social media recommendation. And whereas City of Rock Island supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday.
Now therefore, be it resolved that I, Mike Tomes, Mayor of the City of Rock Island, do hereby proclaim November 27th, 2021 as Small Business Saturday, and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday throughout the year. Thank you.
Okay. Report from the mayor regarding the appointment of John Grip to serve as interim city manager until further notice.
Motion to approve the appointment.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion?
Mayor, this is Alderwoman Swanson,
Yes.
and I want to say that I think John Grip is a wonderful person. I think he would be a wonderful interim city manager. I think he would be a great city manager too. So this has nothing to do with him, his job, or anything. But in my conversations with GovHR, they had indicated to me that we will have a difficult time finding quality candidates for our city manager position if one of our internal candidates is our interim city manager, because others will not apply, one out of professional courtesy, because they don't want to take the job away from somebody internal, and also others because they're not going to go through the time, because historically internal interim city managers tend to get the position. So it will limit our ability to get a fair amount of applicants for it. And the only reason I bring that up is, as I said, it is absolutely nothing about Mr. Grip at all, but just from a city standpoint with trying to get quality candidates in, applicants in, I think it might behoove us to reconsider a potential internal candidate as our interim city manager.
Thank you for coming. Any other discussion?
Jenny, I got a quick question for you. Did HR express how other candidates would be aware that we have an internal candidate? I mean, how would they be aware of that?
If they ask GovHR, they would have to tell them. So if they ask if there's an internal candidate, they'll ask if there's an internal candidate, and they'll ask for internal candidates and interim city manager. And that may or may not affect anybody, but it was just something that they had brought up in my conversation with them. And I sent out an email and encouraged all the other aldermen to have that same discussion with GovHR, because I know I was the first one that they talked with.
All right. Any further discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I also had that conversation with GovHR, and they didn't seem to think it was going to be that big of a deal. And we have had this conversation, and we've thought long and hard about our choice for interim manager. So let's go ahead with the vote unless there's further discussion.
Is there any further discussion? Then we'll do a roll call, please.
Alderperson Parker,
Aye.
Pulis,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Hurt,
Yes.
Gilbert,
Aye.
Swanson.
Sadly, no.
5-1, motion carries.
Okay. We're now down to the budget process. MLK, I think, is first up, isn't it?
Thanks.
And I think it might be the best if people want to hold, and it's up to the presenters, I guess, but if they want to hold the questions to the, after the presentation, and then if they have questions, they jot them down and
Thank
we
you,
don't,
Jerry.
then we don't forget them, but. Thank you. He might have unplugged it and took the other mic.
Oh, yeah, it's unplugged. Here comes Tim.
Here comes our IT expert.
Yep, it's on.
There we go.
Well, you all have the budget documents, but you also have my presentation in front of you as well, and it should follow the budget document very closely. In regards to the Martin Luther King Center, I hope you're all aware that it opened back up in 1975 after a unique partnership between the city and its citizenry to enact a model cities and another federal grant to create the Martin Luther King Center as a one-stop shop for social services in one of the most distressed areas in Rock Island. It became a city department under the HR department, funded through CDBG dollars that could, at that point in time, fund administrative costs, and that would easily, back then, at that point, cover all the costs at the Martin Luther King Center, leaving quite a bit left over. Of course, the King Center has grown since that time as CDBG dollars have shrunk, but its nonprofit section has raised funds in a variety of ways that I'll explain in a bit to support the King Center moving forward. Our mission is to inspire greatness in the Quad Cities through community building, education, and service, with a vision for a thriving community, beloved community rooted in justice, equity, and respect for one another. We have a variety of programs over the many years we've been in place, and the programs that we currently have are before you, including our after-school program and summer day camp that we may be best known for, but we also have a variety of other programs, events, and we have a beautiful community space to be used by our Rock Island and Quad City community. The structure of the King Center is part city, part nonprofit. City manager provides direction to the executive director via the city council as well, while I also receive direction from our board of directors, an 11-member board of directors that governs our nonprofit side. We have 13 full-time employees with, gosh, I forget the numbers of how many folks that we have there, but we have 36 people will be working at the King Center in 22, which is significant to note considering back in 16 we had approximately 6 or 7 full-time employees and we've grown to 13. There are uniqueness between the roles and responsibilities between the board and the city of Rock Island. Most importantly, the board determines the mission and vision for our nonprofit side, provides financial oversight, and most importantly on the city side, the city of Rock Island provides administrative support, including funding and support for the facility, and helps determine our personnel policies and also helps us approve our budget for the entire organization. So I'll move into our financial position as of today. Last year, we did very well as we were able to finish revenue over expenses at $225,000 approximately. I'm sorry, was there a question? No? Okay. And currently, right now, with our year-to-date numbers, we are currently 54,000 to the good, revenue over expenses. Our balance sheet is overall looking strong at this point in time with 36,000 to the good, but it should be noted that our Fund 211, which is referring to the building and administrative side, the city side of our organization, is at a negative $109,000 approximately, while our nonprofit side does see a bit of a surplus if you were to add that to the, if we did the addition with the funds that we have in the 900s. We are projecting for revenue in 2022 of close to $1.8 million. Close to $1.2 million will be coming from state contracts from the state of Illinois. We are anticipating general fund dollars at close to $170,000. It's really $169, $114. And our other significant portion is $170,000 through CDBG dollars. It's important to note that we are anticipating conservatively $130,000 through our donations and $125,000 via local grants and foundations. Now, in regards to how that revenue is spent or allotted, our general fund dollars helps to cover the administrative and building costs that we have at the Martin Luther King Center. Our state of Illinois grants focus on many of our services, including our youth and family services, our after-school program, summer day camp, our family advocacy programs, and a variety of others. Community development block, and the rest of the fundings really do focus on the nonprofit side, which is, again, if you were to take our $1.8 million, subtract 300, and, well, maybe the general fund dollars, $170,000, that's how much we have in regards to programming at the Martin Luther King Center. We are anticipating expenditures less than revenue at $88,000 approximately, with expenditures of about $1.7 million. We are, of course, spending the bulk of this, of our expenditures in personnel, but we'll see services of about $154,000. We'll see transfers, and it's important to note that these internal transfers are a way of our grants paying for some of our administrative costs. And in fact, you will see transfers coming from our nonprofit side to the city side to accommodate some of the administrative costs incurred on that side, approximately $30,000. And then the other category, you'll see an expense of $256,000, and the vast majority of that is our subcontracting to other nonprofits in the community to expand and broaden our services across Rock Island. So we're seeing about $240,000 of that going to other nonprofits, that number about 6. When you look at the Martin Luther King Center in regards to this overall city overview budget of expenditures, you can see that our $169,000 is approximately 0.4% of the general fund expenditures. Our $170 from CDBG is approximately 2% of the Econ Development Department. And then in the all other category, where the city will be spending approximately $15.9 million, we are $1.46 million of that. But do recognize those are our grants, those are our donations. So these are things that don't occur unless we have that strong base of administration and support. For 2022, we are looking in our staff to increase by 1.2 FTEs, as we've seen some significant increases in grant funding as well as donations. In our programming, we're going to continue to be very resilient and responsive to the issues of COVID still. We still have those issues, as we all can tell here with our masks on. We are looking forward to a renovation in our building, creating a STEM lab for our kids. We will be looking to expand our partnerships, especially since we have 6 nonprofits subcontracting to us. Our board will assess our strategic plan process, or a progress, I should say, as it does end in 2022. We are looking forward to establishing, really codifying our values so that can help guide our services, as we have a relatively new mission statement that was created 2 years ago. We are looking forward to leading the West End assessment recommendations, and we have a new logo, as you saw on the first page, that we are looking to socialize across the Quad City community. Our resource development efforts will focus on refining our major donor strategy, as we're seeing much interest in that area for us, which is a wonderful thing to be so new in the donor arena, to have such major donor interest in us. And we'll be expanding our corporate sponsorship, especially around our special events, so we're not just breaking even, but possibly being able to cover all the administrative costs that go into the many special events that we provide at the Martin Luther King Center, including the Thanksgiving dinner this coming weekend, the 19th to the 21st. Yes, that's a shameless plug for what's coming up. As we look at our annual impact and our performance measures, they do slightly differ than your budget documents, in so much that I will again mention that we do subcontract out about $240,000. We bring in $1.46 million in grants, donations, and fees. To our community, we mean about 5,000 meals in a given year, and that does include our Thanksgiving dinner, but it's also our meal delivery in partnership with Riverbend Food Bank. We have approximately 90 active club members in one of our volunteer groups. We serve about 2,500 unduplicated kids in a given year. We have our boxing club. We support the Metropolitan Youth Team, and many, many, many other things. But when you really want to know more about the Martin Luther King Center, it's not just in the numbers. We can quantify all day, but to have qualitative data is very important in the nonprofit world. And I think to the city of Rock Island as well, as we try to define our brand and try to communicate what's unique and special about Rock Island. I'd look at the picture of Miss Krista Tinsley, who began at the Martin Luther King Center as a 14-year-old, winning the memorial service essay contest, and now has been working for us for 15 years as our building manager. I look at Tia Edwards, who came to us as a kid in our summer day camp, worked for us there, became an honor roll student, went on to college, got her BA, master's in education, and came back to the Quad Cities, and is currently a principal at Thurgood Marshall and the president of our board. We look at Betty and her son, Sincere. Sincere has been with us for many, many years, but when COVID hit, this honor roll student began to suffer quite a bit, and Betty gave us a call for help on this situation because she had to work, and she really struggled coming home to see a young man who typically enjoys school, incredibly frustrated by it. But we were able to help this young man just by being there for him, supporting him, and we see his grades increase from a 46% to an 85%. And what does the young man say to us? He says, them paying attention to me just makes me feel bigger, which tells us he's feeling more important, more empowered, has more agency in his life. And yes, that tells a lot about the Martin Luther King Center, but it most importantly tells us about the city of Rock Island, because the city of Rock Island has been invested in these stories since 1975. So this is not just the King Center identity, the King Center brand. This is the city of Rock Island's brand, and certainly adds to that unique flavor that we all want the whole community to know about. That being said, that is my budget presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Any questions from the council?
Jerry, as always, I very much appreciate what you do at the King Center. Happy to support it from the municipal budget side of things. Not necessarily a budget question, maybe in a roundabout sort of way, but you, obviously you lead the King Center, and you're also a part of the municipal government. How can we do a better job at synchronizing and merging what's going on at the King Center and what's going on in City Hall? We just had a number of members of our public coming here saying, why aren't the very constituency that your enterprise is for aware of what's going on over here in this other part of the city? I don't know. Is it a budgetary thing? You're more focused on going to nonprofits and philanthropic donors, and so you're too preoccupied with that because you're fundraising to really be over here in City Hall? I don't know, spitball with me.
Yes is the answer to all that. Certainly it's a budgetary issue. We are growing administratively as we cut back administratively in past, and those sort of duties do fall under that administrative umbrella. Mm-hmm. Secondly is that it's something that the city has taken baby steps for in regards to the West End assessment. Certainly that assessment that required citizenry input, in fact, totally run by citizens, is an excellent example of how the city can stay in touch with this constituency. And it is our invested interest to stay in touch as well. Spitball, we would love to see more conversations of that like at the Martin Luther King Center. We had to start that right before COVID when we were talking about the prison, or the prison industry, prison industrial complex. And we were looking forward to those sort of things moving forward. We would love to be the arena, the venue for that, and hopefully build stronger bridges and cohesion within our community so that, we can get some good answers for our community, for our people.
Yeah, again, I don't know if it's a budget thing, but something that I've observed over the 5 years being on city council, charity is a wonderful thing, and I'm glad that we have people who donate to charity and then institutions like your own to provide charity. But as you and I have had conversations, I would like to see additional things, not only just charity, but organizing tenants to be able to actively empower themselves and really address the issues going on in their lives. And I don't know who's going to donate to that kind of a thing, and so maybe that's a budgetary issue where if the dollars only support after-school programming, then that's what you're going to do. But I think we can do a lot more for our residents at the King Center than what we currently are doing, which is fabulous.
Well, thank you. And I would strongly encourage everyone to take a look at that West End assessments. The recommendations strongly push towards civic engagement within the community. And how we do that is a budgetary issue. More importantly, we do it in a way that's inclusive to the people who have the most involvement in our community to do it well. So thank you.
I mean, I'd
Jerry,
like to
this
say,
is
go ahead.
Jerry, this is Moses. So I have a question, and then I have kind of like a statement also. So my question is, when has the King Center received any increase in the budget?
In regards to general fund, we have not seen an increase in 6 years. That's my recollection. In fact, I think we've seen a small decrease from 6 years ago.
Okay. And again, I want to echo kind of what Alderman Parker was saying. I'm born and raised in King Center. I'm a product of the King Center also, so it's like a second home to me. I know within the West End assessment, we identified a lot of things that Alderman Parker was talking about. We want to do a lot of the programming and host a lot of things there, but your main focus is the kids. So can you kind of let council know how many kids do you see on an average basis? And that kind of will answer some of those questions of why we can't do some of the extra things because there's just no room there.
Yeah, certainly, and I'll add to that as well. But we do average on a daily basis currently 75 to 80 kids on a daily basis with a waiting list of approximately the same for our programs. We are keeping that limit because of COVID safety restrictions. Otherwise, we would have capacity for 150 kids, but that would limit how we could use other space in the community center. Further, we do need people to work the hours that typically would be available to our community to utilize our facility, and we're having an incredibly difficult time to hire someone, and that was before COVID because we're limited in how much we can reimburse an individual for that service. That being said, we would always look to be creative as we possibly can to provide this venue for those sort of services, but you're right, Alderman Robinson, we are very involved in the service, our current services, and it takes up the vast majority, if not all of our time.
I would like to once again echo what they're saying, but I got to say that budgets are looking at 2022, which is great, but I just want to reflect back real quick on this last year. I think that the MLK did an outstanding job of adjusting to the COVID issue and e-learning, the Thanksgiving meals, and adapting to the delivery and the drive-through, and just throughout the whole year. I commend you and your staff of being creative and being able to reach out to as many people as you can and continue to service the needs in a strange and difficult year, that's for sure. And this next year is not going to be a lot better. We still are hanging on to this COVID issue. And so thank you. And to be able to grow, it's wonderful. So appreciate you and your staff.
Thank you. That team is pretty great.
Yes.
And
Me-
this is Alderwoman Swanson, and I just want to say, I love the logo. It's amazing. So kudos on that. You and I have talked about the West End assessment and ideas for expanding and growing programming with the MLK Center, which I think is just fabulous. And I really hope we get to see a lot of that growth there. And I do want to point out that I looked through the capital improvement requests for the MLK Center, and a lot of them, probably most of them, have to do with the physical building. And I just want to say that the MLK Center is a gem in our community, and we really need to invest some money to keep it physically strong so that they can continue to be socially strong in our community. So again, kudos to you, Jerry. You guys have done a great job.
Thank you very much.
Jerry?
Yes.
Well, you've answered all my questions, but I do want to congratulate you on having the foresight to go after state grants, donations from local donors and local grants as well, to expand your services and cover more of your administration costs. And like several other aldermen have said, you and I had a conversation after the West End assessment presentation, and I'm looking forward to having more conversations about that and getting more in-depth about their recommendations. It was a lot they presented that night, so I hope it doesn't fall off the radar.
I'll make sure that that becomes a council agenda item for you then.
There you go.
Jerry, looking at the capital improvement plan that's being presented next week, I think, the only item that the MLK has requested that is being recommended to be funded is passenger vans. I mean, we have roof replacement. I mean, what is the status of the King Center building? And, you know, we can sit here and say how we love the King Center and we support what you're doing, but if you need a roof and the recommendation is to not give you a roof, well, that speaks a little bit more stronger to me. So, you know, what's the status with the roof?
So the status with the roof is that it has not leaked in approximately 7 months. So now we're focusing more on the siding, which is showing some significant sun damage and physical damage from all the winds. So I would move that up to priority number 1 at this point in time. And I urge you to take a strong look at it. Anytime you want to come by, it is obvious when you just stop and take a look at our siding. The passenger vans are important. As I stated, we have 75 kids coming. We'd love to serve more, but we are literally going to all but one of the schools in the Rock Island School District, and we go back twice to pick up all the kids.
Right.
So that's an important issue for us as well. Inside, the building is looking good. We have a lot of security measures in place to make sure the kids stay safe. The building is able to be maintained well, but being able to provide a robust cleaning service is very expensive for us now, and it's exceeding our building budget, which is why you see a deficit in our building budget for next year. One of the reasons, anyway. So those are the challenges we see.
You have I don't know if line item's the right word, but you have reoccurring budget from the city for building maintenance, stuff
Yeah.
like that?
The general fund pays for that at $169,000. That's a part of it, but it also covers other items for the building as well, and administrative salaries.
Yeah. Okay.
And we do use our nonprofit side to help supplement some of that maintenance, but there's only so much that can be allowed to do so.
I just think over the years, the King Center has always been forced to do more with less. You know, you have so many kids that you have coming in, you have to reduce what you can do with the community. And that's a huge, you know, problem. We want to be out and reach more people and do more programming, but when we don't have the physical space, he doesn't have the physical personnel, we don't have the budget to increase anything, it creates a hole. So I agree with Alderperson Swanson. We have to do something to kind of continue to help them improve what they are doing for the city, not only for the city, but for, for the whole Quad Cities. My organization, the Metropolitan Youth Program, we serve kids all throughout the Quad Cities. So it's not just the city of Rock Island that we're serving.
Well said. There's no further comments. We will move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. It's our
Evening.
pleasure to be here tonight and present our 2022 budget along with some other information. As we go through this, I'll do the best I can talking through this. So, with me tonight, I have Todd Winter, our Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. He also oversees our golf course operations. And I've got Kim Cruzy, our Administrative Office Manager, and she's our Budget Coordinator. So we've got a lot of staff across the board pulling double duties, which isn't uncommon in the city, so it's great. I do want to make another note that some of the things in this document have changed recently a little bit, and I'll update those as we go through there. We still have a little bit of budget work to talk about, so I'll go through my presentation. I'll talk about our year-to-date revenues and expenses, and then I'll talk a little bit at the end of our deficit budget and explain how it's not as bad as it looks. So with that being said, the Parks Department is staffed by 15 full-time employees, 42 part-time employees, and 109 seasonal staff. Our functions are divided into 4 categories. We have administration, we have golf, we have horticulture, sport maintenance, and recreation. Our FTEs are 57.18, and that's down almost 1 FTE from 2021. And in the past 7 to 8 years, we're down 10 positions, full-time positions in our department. Our assistant horticulturist position remains in the budget, but it is vacant. So that's something I'll talk about a little later. And then I wanted to remind council that in 2018, we did do a big reorganization of the department. We had some retirements go on. We combined positions and we eliminated some positions to see an expense reduction of over $300,000 in salaries and benefits. So that's something that we've worked really hard on over the past few years. Some of the projects that we have going on, we're in our 5/6 year of renovating Douglas. This has been a big project where we've raised over $1 million cooperatively with the Friends of Douglas Park and put into that. No tax dollars. We've done it through grants, fundraising, and things along those lines. Next year, our priority is going to be to get the light poles on our multi-use field. We were able to get a grant, and the Friends of Douglas Park were able to raise $40,000 to put towards the electrical that's going to support those poles. And in 2022, we're going to get the poles and the light fixtures to go with that, so we can have programming in the later summer months and fall in the evening. We're doing programming with a lot of at-risk youth, a lot of the refugee population, and our sports programming down there. And we have a nice new concession stand down there too, so it makes it sustainable. So we don't need to rely on outside funds. RIFAC, we're going to replace the cardio equipment at RIFAC. It'll be traded in as part of the leasing program. We do that every 5 years as a financing mechanism. We lease this equipment so we can maintain a high standard as far as our fitness equipment go and not get outdated. Dankman Park, the department is currently in the process of applying for an OSLAD grant through the state to refurbish Dankman Park. The project will consist of ADA accessibility shelter, drinking fountain, playground, and updated basketball courts. And this was a priority for us because we know we're going to have future housing go near Dankman Park. It's in an at-risk area. And frankly, we've removed the basketball courts at Lincoln Park, so we feel that we should have another offering of basketball in Rock Island at a high standard. in town. We have a nice offering in Southwest. We want to have a nice offering in town as well. The Highland Springs Clubhouse project, we've partnered with the First Tee of the Quad Cities, and we will be constructing a new clubhouse next year. To date, we've risen over $450,000 through fundraising and other means and foundation gifts, and we're going to continue to do that. It's a 10-year financing plan for this. We'll continue to raise money funds every year to pay off the clubhouse. So there'll be more to come along those lines. Our golf carts at the golf courses, our leases are up for the golf carts. They were actually up this year, but due to COVID, we were unable to get our new fleet, so we actually saw a lot of savings in golf. We were able to use our current fleet at a very low cost. So next year, we're hopeful that we get our new golf carts. The Lincoln Park Large Shelter, we're going to be replacing the metal roof on that. It's one of our most rented shelters, and it leaks like a sieve. So we need to get that roof replaced. We replaced the roof at Longview Park, and it looks great, and it functions very well. It'll be there for many, many years. The Carriage House project, we're currently working with CED and the Friends of Hauberg on the installation of some ADA bathrooms at the Carriage House. Right now, we're trying to develop the scope of the project, finish that, then we'll try to identify funds that are going to be appropriate to pay for that, whether it's through HUD or the money that the Friends of Hauberg have raised, or a combination of everything. The following is our funds that we've requested in gaming funds. And the reason why we've requested these is we've worked really hard with our friends groups to raise hundreds of thousands, if not over $1 million in different areas. And we feel that it's important that the city has a little bit of buy-in to these projects as well, whether it's through our department, which we do sacrifice a lot of time working on these projects with the various groups. So we'd like to see some funding at some point down the road. So the Highland Springs Clubhouse, we are requesting some additional funding. The $350,000 that's been risen so far is actually over $450,000, and it's continuing to rise as we speak. The sport field lighting at Douglas Park in general is going to be something that's going to be key in the future. We are going to get the multi-field lit, but the large field and the youth field lighting is basically original, and it's on the countdown. We've got a few years left in that, so we need to start planning for that. The Douglas Firehouse interior, now this is a project that we've received some information lately that was frankly kind of shocking. The architect went through there, inspections went through there, fire marshal went through there, and this facility is top to bottom full of hazardous material, and it's deteriorated to the point that the architect estimates $500,000 worth of work just to get it back to where it needs to be. We don't have those kind of funds, and frankly, I don't think it would be responsible to even ask for those kind of funds. Jerry mentioned earlier that he's looking to expand partnerships. That's good, because we'd really like to create a partnership with the King Center for the enrichment, and then do the recreation side at Douglas Park. So that's something we'll be exploring. I'll be coming to council with a recommendation, multiple recommendations for the council to consider regarding the firehouse. The Longview Pond restoration, this is something that's been on our list for many, many years. It's a lower ask, $80,000. That's a ton of money to us, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a lower request. We'd really like to repair the concrete walls, the drainage, the overlook, and a fountain. You know, this is a place where I grew up ice skating as a child. I'd love to see that again. And in the summertime, I'd love to see a shelter next to it with a fountain going where people could rent, or we could have smaller festivals or whatever that might be. It's a beautiful area, and it's a very prominent area as you drive up and down that area of town. Some of the budgeted contracts we have in our department, we have the Millard Group for the RIFAC cleaning. It's account 867. We have Integrity Solutions for our RIFAC window cleaning, and floor burnishing is 867. We have Vander Vending for RIFAC vending, 867. We have WP Beverage, which is formerly AD Husing. We have Northwest Mechanical for the interim RIFAC heating and cooling, monitoring and repairs. Now that's the equipment that's not covered by Johnson Controls. So we're going to be putting together an agreement there that's going to save us quite a bit of money. We have HMS, Finer Finish, and Kimball Complete Care for our contracted mowing. which is out of our Park Maintenance 822. And we have Harris Golf Carts and GPS Technologies for our golf course needs. Some of the programming changes and expansions that we've done, which we've kind of built upon that a lot of these things that we were doing during COVID, are virtual experiences. The department will continue to grow our virtual offerings. COVID kind of forced the department to pivot and offer things online, and we've always wanted to bring our customers to this point. And if there is a good thing about COVID, it kind of forced that, and it's been another revenue stream for the department. Our outdoor fitness classes are the same thing. Now that we can move back indoors and operate under the guidelines, we still have folks that want to be outside exercising, so now we do both. Our RIFAC preschool program, it's gone to all year long and it's accredited, and we're actually going to add a third room. It's been so successful. That's a program that's going to generate revenue for RIFAC, much needed revenue. Our prescribed burns, we've got state and local permits over the last year and a half. We're going to expand those burns going into 2022. It's been very effective, and it helps clean up kind of our unattractive naturalized areas, and it helps them become more attractive. And we've partnered with Black Hawk State Park and River Action in terms of burning equipment and also revenue and for seeds and things like that. And then our concerts. We held a concert with RME. We're looking to expand that next year. It was a very positive experience for both entities, and we'd like to build upon that. Next, you'll see some informational graphs, and this is information that we collected at our POS terminals, registration sheets where people put their address and such. We will be in 2022 again asking for, do you live in Rock Island? Do you not live in Rock Island? So we can kind of track our customers. In a typical year, our department generates thousands of facility program and special event visits throughout the city. And on average, 44% of those visits are from people living outside of Rock Island. And this level of traffic is critical in generating revenue for the city and offsetting 2/3 of the park and recreation budget. And without that kind of movement, we could not offset the things that we're able to offset. And through diligence, our partnerships, we're just completing our first year of our 5-year strategic plan, and our professional staff, the department's looking forward to the challenge of recovering from COVID-19. No doubt that our department was hit hard, like many other departments, in terms of revenue generation when we were shut down. But I'm very pleased with how our department responded in terms of virtual offerings and others that kept things going. So with that said, the Parks and Recreation Board and the staff take great pride in the services that we provide, and we're very excited to help the department keep moving forward in the future. Next, I'd kind of like to run down really quickly our year-to-date revenues and expenses. And I believe those attending virtually have a copy of that. I emailed it out this afternoon. At first, the first one is our admin expenses. We see that there's $224,000 in revenues. Now, our administration does not typically generate that kind of revenue. I believe that was a transfer from the fleet fund, but I'll verify with Linda on what that amount is. Next, we have our park maintenance. Our revenues are $978,000 and expenditures are $870,000. So year-to-date through the end of September, and the reason why our reports are 2 months in the lag, that gives the finance department enough time to reconcile, so these are real numbers through that date. Our recreation programming is showing a net profit of $297,000 through that date. Whitewater Junction is showing a profit at the end of the year of $23,000. That doesn't sound like a lot of money. Do your research of municipal water parks across the United States, and you'll see that it's phenomenal. Highland Springs Golf Course, municipal golf course, it's sitting right now at $155,000 to the good, which is another, if you do your research on municipal golf courses, is something to talk about. Saukey Golf Course is sitting at $73,000 to the good. Our Golf Pro Shop is $5,700 to the good. And our Rock Island Fitness and Activity Center is sitting at $450,000 to the negative. And I think what could be going on here, and Linda, I'll get with you on that, we had the Johnson Controls expense. I think some of that expense is in there, and maybe some of the revenue may be captured in admin, but I'll get that straightened out. No doubt that RIFAC was hit very hard by the pandemic, and we are making strides in the right direction as far as rebuilding our membership. And this report is through the end of September. When we start to get the October, November, December numbers in, when people move inside, and in combination with our membership drive that we're going to do, I do expect those numbers to get much, much better. Schubert Riverfront Park is sitting at a negative 13,000. Now, this was an arrangement, years ago, this park was a project of the city council. They really pushed for this park, and the park department was not really a part of the process of putting that together. So the arrangement was that it would be, the maintenance for that would be offset by the general fund. Well, as time has gone on, that's kind of gone away. So while we have revenues of $53,000, we do have expenses of $67,000. You know, a lot of that is generated by the events that we put on down there, but if it's expected for us to offset all of the things that are put on down there, it's going to be a tough one for the department. So all of that said, our revenues are sitting at $4.466 million, and our expenditures are at $4.269 million, with a net before depreciation of $196,914. And I bring up depreciation because you see that that's at $388,000. Depreciation is an accounting practice. It doesn't affect cash. So something is depreciated over 10 years, 1/10 of it is charged to expense every year, but we're not paying anything out. And Linda, I'm sure I'm butchering that a little bit, but she would be able to explain that a lot better. But that's the gist of that. So lastly, I'd like to talk a little bit about our deficit budget as it stands. We still have work that we're going to do to this budget for 2022, and I kind of want to walk through that. As it stands now, we have $6.8 million in expense. $542,000 of that is depreciation. So when you back that out, we're really at $6.3 million of expense. Revenue-wise, we sit at $5.6 million. And that leaves a difference of $700,000. Here's some of the moves that we can do to reduce that. Right now, the assistant HORT position is in the budget. We'll remove that. That's $50,000 of salary and benefits that will be removed. Our department has a contingency of $25,000 currently in there. We will remove that as well. It's in there for an emergency type situation. We rarely use that, so we'll remove that. So now we're at $75,000 total. We're going to have a retirement from a longtime park maintenance supervisor, 30-plus years. So there's going to be at least a $25,000 bringing someone new in for year one for that type of salary. We were very conservative when we budgeted our revenue for 2022. With the guidelines that come on and come off and come on and come off, we were very hesitant of putting this high revenue up here because you know what follows high revenue is high expense. So I've really challenged our managers to keep things really conservative, knowing that we were going to be a little bit above our revenue that we're able to generate. So now we're going to bring this thing back into balance. So an example of that would be golf. We've had a wonderful year at golf this year. Everybody can get out and play. No, they don't have to wear a mask when they're outside and can maintain social distance. So golf through the end of October, as a total, we're at $227,000 to the good. That's not budgeted. I wouldn't suggest we budget all of that. Half of it could go up. Whitewater Junction, like I mentioned before, is $23,000 to the good. We have it actually budgeted in there now as a deficit budget by, I think it's like $37,000. And we address those things through yield management. When we have cool days, we send out discounts, we still pack the pool. When we have hot days, we really rake it in, make sure we don't run out of product at the concession stand, things of those nature. So all of that together equals about a reduction of $360,000. So that takes us down to like $347,000 of a deficit budget. I want to point out that $100,000 of that plus $110,000 of that is purely minimum wage. And that's going to go up $1 every single year through 2025, and it's going to be about $110,000 every single year. So that's where we could use an additional certain percentage of tax dollars to follow that increase to help us, or potentially ARPA funds, something to get us through the minimum wage crisis. not a crisis. I'm happy to pay it. It's just, it's very hard to cover. So if tax support is not going to be adjusted to make up for, you know, we too have 5, 6, 7 years of kind of a flat tax. It'll go up a little, down, up, down. But if you do the average, it's about the same. The cost, the inflation obviously goes up every year, and we have unfunded minimum wage mandates to try and keep up with. You know, in the end, the cost of Parks and Recreation in Rock Island, as it stands, is about $350,000. That's our deficit budget. You know, what does our community get out of this? We get increased property values for homes that are adjacent to a park or a park facility. What does that mean? It means your house is worth more and you pay more taxes that go back to the city, not to our department, but it goes to the city, which is wonderful. The mental and physical health benefits, COVID, we saw that. Our parks and facilities were packed with people. You know, we were there when they need us, and it was a place where people could go. Livable communities. You know, it doesn't matter what your socioeconomic status is, you can come to the park. Free community events and entertainment. Employment. We hire and train and develop staff of all ages, kids through retirees. The economic impact. You know, our department generates hundreds of thousands of points of movement in and out of Rock Island every single year through our facility visits, program offerings, rentals, and special events. And over 40% of those come from outside of Rock Island. So while I can't quantify that number, I know that it's not going to be zero. We've talked about that in the past. And lastly, our department works very hard with our Great Friends groups and acquiring grants. Each year, we're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars generated through our Friends group and through our grant acquisitions. So all of that for $350,000 in our minds sounds like a wonderful deal. So with that, I'll get off my soapbox.
Oh, that's good. Keep pushing. City Council, anybody have any questions, comments?
John, this is Alderman Hurd. I would like to say again, thank you for everything your department does and with what you have, and continue the great work.
Thank you.
John, I may be a little prejudiced because I'm on the park board, but I think you and your staff do a wonderful job of continuing to seek other sources of funding, especially the donations, the grants. I think it says a lot when you can raise over $1 million from private donors for a park. I would think that's a testament to your relationship building skills of you and your staff. So I know you're hard on this budget, and I just commend you and your staff for what you've done.
Thank you.
This is Alderwoman Swanson. And again, John, I want to really commend you and your staff for an outstanding job that you have done. Your department is one of the few departments in the city that pulls people from other areas into Rock Island and help to showcase what Rock Island does. And, you know, the people that I've talked to that have been at Whitewater Junction that are from out of the area just love it. And I think whatever we need to do to, and I know I said this for the MLK Center, but I mean it, whatever we need to do to fund you, to help you to continue to do what you do, benefits the city because it brings people in. And the more people that visit, the more people are going to really see Rock Island for the great place it is and want to move here and relocate here. So again, kudos to you and your team. You've done an outstanding job.
Thank you.
John, this is Moses. Thank you again. You and Todd, you know, you've been doing great work for some years. I'm always impressed of what the Park and Rec can pull off. I said this with the King Center, but this is the true testament of doing more with less. I've seen it firsthand. You know, when you see things like this with your budget come up, you find a way to continue to move forward. You don't see too many hitches within the Parks Department, even though we know you're struggling with the budget, but it doesn't show that way. So that's just a testament of what you guys do, you know, your professionalism and how you maintain your business. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, we have a great team of people.
John, first, What is the effect of removing depreciation from next year's budget? Will that not just cause the expense of replacing vehicles 10 years down the road to be more expensive?
Depreciation wouldn't affect vehicle replacement. We pay amortization for that.
Oh, I'm confusing depreciation with,
Yeah.
okay,
It's,
so,
it took me a long time to understand.
no problem. So I
depreciation.
guess, what is the effect of removing depreciation?
It'll always be there. The reason why I remove it when I look at cash is because it doesn't affect cash.
Right, but I mean, does it make something more expensive further down the road? Not a vehicle or something, but a building or?
It does not. What it is if something costs $10,000 and the life of it is 10 years, you get charged on paper $1,000 a year
Right.
for 10 years, but it doesn't take away from your cash. Here's what it does. Let's say that we were funded, reverse what we are right now. We would get 65% and we were supposed to capture 35%, but our business model stays the same. We would bring in $4 million a year. And that would be our capital. So if you're able to cover your expenses and cover depreciation, you're creating your own capital account. Sounds awesome, but kind of the way we're set up is never gonna happen.
Right, yeah. I guess,
That's what depreciation is for, right, Linda, is for replacement? Like if you had something that was depreciating and you're realizing that expense and you're covering that, you're essentially saving money to replace that asset. Okay. Okay. In one lump sum, okay.
or maybe it would just result in delaying replacing a vehicle if you haven't, or a building, or, you know, whatever this asset is that we're talking about, if you get rid of the depreciation, it'll result in delaying replacing it once it's reached its life expectancy? Is that a fair?
I don't think so. I think you're
Okay.
just, you're writing off the asset over time.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. That, we've wrestled with this for a long time. I'm happy it doesn't affect cash.
Yeah, I mean, cash is great, but also for decades, and the reason that we find ourselves in many of the situations that we do in the city of Rock Island is because for decades, we've been just thinking about the cash right in front of us for right now, due to budgetary stress and nobody's fault, but when we fail to think about how will this decision right now impact the financial decisions of 20 years down the road, you know, I want to make sure that we stop making those types of decisions.
I think the only solution to that is to up our tax dollars to cover depreciation, and we're set. Business-wise, we're collecting as much funds as we can. We're in a situation where we're in a competitive market. People can choose to go to Moline, Bettendorf, so I can't price myself out of the market to cover the depreciation.
Right?
And it's a fine line. We are the price leader in several areas, but people like what we offer in terms of customer service, the quality of our programs, et cetera, so they will choose us in those instances, a lot of the time.
Right.
But it's a fine line. You can price yourself out of the market, and now, not only you're not covering depreciation, you're not covering actual cash expense.
Yeah. And then also, it looks like the recommended CIP budget, none of the 4 asks that you had listed is being recommended for funding.
That's correct.
So,
Which has been typical lately because we request gaming funds, which we know right now, due to COVID and other things, are non-existent.
correct.
Not non-existent, they're just not available for us right now.
Different area.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be more than happy to get you some more funding.
I appreciate that. And that's what's been key with our friends groups too. You know, we are great friends. It's not always friendly, but we're great friends because we all want the same thing, but it's a struggle. It's a struggle to get there.
Yes.
So I appreciate it.
Well, I want to throw, of course, there's been a lot of compliments, and I agree with those compliments. As I mentioned with the MLK, obviously, last year or so, you did what you've had to deal with COVID and recreate yourself in some cases, with programming especially, outdoors, inside, space-wise, everything else. I think the park board has done park and rec organization has done an outstanding job, staff, of adapting to all of that. And making it a usable place, and with this e-learning and kids being off and everything else, I think that it was a very valuable asset for the city, for you guys to, the way you adjusted it. So thank you for all you do, not just with COVID, of course, with a lot of times, programming and everything else. Not many park and rec departments generate the percentage of revenue that you do. To fund 2/3 of your budget is it's a rare situation in a lot of cities. And you've done it year after year after year. It's not just a flash in the pan. So I commend everybody for doing that, the park board for their decisions, and the staff and everything else for executing all of those. So thank you. And I'm with everybody else also that we need to work on the funding, and whether it's ARPA funds or anything else, I think we need to use this year with that kind of thing to fill the gaps in some of the CIP stuff that has not been funded for years, and change that direction while we can.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions, comments from the council? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got a lot of papers, sorry. All right. Well, with me is Malachi Colway. He is our new Business and Facilities Office, or Director. And so this is his first budget cycle, and he actually started right when budgeting started in May. So he just wanted to be here, and it's nice to have a friend, I guess you could say, going through all this, because there's a lot, to it, and it does take a long time to put the budget together, and we've always prided ourselves on being very accurate and knowing where we were at any given time of the year. So when we put together the budget summary, everything for us really is dependent upon our tax levy. So we had, for staffing, we're just keeping it the same. There's a .08 increase of full-time equivalents, and that's just basically because somebody got a couple extra more minutes per week. We will, actually, this number is gonna change, and it's partly because we're always reevaluating what we really need. We just had a resignation today, in fact, that we probably won't fill, and we'll look at how else that position could be utilized in the library. So there's never any constants, I guess, with this. So we're waiting to fill a few of our positions when our new library comes on board. We've had 4 aide positions open. We're having a hard time getting qualified people to apply for that part-time position. We have a part-time maintenance position that's been open probably 4 or 5 months by now. We're starting to interview for some of them. So we have had some cost savings this year just by not filling some of these positions. So that has helped us out. Let's see, special projects and service contracts. And I don't know if in our file, the whole, contract list is in there. I don't know, Tim's, it's not in this file. It's actually a separate, completely separate file. This year we did, when I put this together, normally I just list our contracts for like cleaning and maintenance and HVAC repair, things like that. And this year I actually put in all of our vendors for our contracted resources, so our online databases, because there's a huge fee associated with some of those things that in the past have actually been print resources, and they don't exist anymore as print resources. So we purchased them as an online product. So it isn't just using the internet to find something, it's using an actual vetted source that we pay for. So I don't know, Linda, do you know where that file went? Remember I sent our big list of contracts? It's not in, It was in the folder, the budget folder. I don't know.
Yeah, it was in our CY 2022 folder.
Well, I can get you that, that's not a problem, but just so you know, we have some things coming up this next year that we will be going out for bid for, such as our security guard, personnel, alarm and burg, and then cleaning. and landscaping, I believe, and snow removal. So those are some big ticket items, but those contracts cost us over $330,000 a year when you put in all of our online resources. So that is a large amount of money for us to spend on contracts, but well worth it from the outcomes that we get. So let's see, we have, special projects. We have a big one going on right now we're fundraising for is our capital campaign, and I can get to that in a little bit. I didn't really talk much about that because every day is a different day with our fundraising. I will say that I'm really amazed by our foundation and their efforts. We have raised almost 7.5 of the $7.8 million for our campaign. So we have been working really hard on impact agreement, trying to get things pushed through for bids and whatnot, so we can start some construction pretty soon. When with the supply chain issues especially, it's going to maybe take a little longer than we had hoped, but we at least have most of the money available to start the project. So for those of you that are new to council or are unaware of how the library is funded, it is mostly property tax. And that isn't just the city of Rock Island. We also receive money from our Milan Blackhawk Area Public Library District. So if you add the service populations of those two areas together, we are the largest library system in the Quad Cities on the Illinois side, with 48,000 or so people that we can serve. So Milan Blackhawk did approve another increase to their tax levy, which will raise their contribution to $275,000 this next year. The board agreed to increase meeting room fees. Unfortunately, we're not renting those out right now because of COVID, but when we do, and when we do get the new library even more, that'll be probably the first time we'll have a revenue boost for us, because revenue isn't really what we do as a public library. And then the foundation, because they're working so hard on the capital campaign, they're only able to give us their restricted funds right now. So all the fund lines that we have that are for specific things that we have to spend each year, they will give us that money, but the rest has to go towards their pledge to the capital campaign. The good news is the state has increased the per capita award, so I think we realized it this year, but it is a larger amount per person in our service area, so that's great. And then again, we were waiting on the EAV to learn more about the rest of our budget, and that came in really nice, so we're hoping to be able to, receive an increase there. Our changes of levels of service to our customers, well, we just keep adding. I love it. My staff is amazing. They know what people want, and they know how to do it. And with COVID, even, it wasn't a deterrent. It was a way for us to learn how to do things a little bit differently. So we enhanced some of the individual services. We now have homebound delivery. We have the curbside delivery, and then we're doing outreach to key locations, which will increase once more locations are available to us when they're reopened because of COVID, and when COVID hopefully leaves. We've increased our programs. We have things that are available now for viewing. We have like library university classes. People can go on YouTube and learn themselves. We're working on a new website that'll have all new tutorials. We're also increasing our electronic resources collection and access, because we realized while we were closed for a very short amount of time during COVID, that was a way that people could use our resources if they were lucky enough to have the Wi-Fi. And then we implemented the new Library of Things collection. It's kind of an ongoing collection, so if you need to check out some tools, you can check those out. If you need some backyard games for a barbecue, you can check those out. It's pretty amazing, and it's not really even a fad anymore. It's truly what libraries are doing. They're becoming more transformational rather than transactional. We want you to use our resources. So operationally, COVID has really changed us a little bit. We have had this past year some in-person outside programming. We just started having in-person inside programming, but with a cap of 25 people. Again, we have the online and live programming and on demand. And then we are still working on reduced building hours so we can focus on some targeted outreach. So for example, we do go to the King Center. We do have somebody do story time at RIFAC in their preschools. So we are partnering with people left and right as much as we can because we know that's just the way to go. I mean, it benefits everybody, so. While we were closed for COVID, our mobile library was kind of a roving hotspot. People could pull up to and use wireless access. They also used the RockFi access through the school district. And then still we're planning and fundraising for the new location. And our big things that are happening right now that'll change our operations, this has been the year of planning, which is a good year to do it because I think we're going to come out of COVID having to have a new model. So our strategic plan will be coming out by the end of the year, and then within that is our literacy action plan, which is something new for us. So it's going to be a way for us to have our goals and objectives and measurables so we can really tell how we are affecting the community. Grants, we have our normal state grants that I talked about. We do have some foundation contributions now. If the foundation is available to give us some more money, we recently received a really nice donation that was not restricted and it wasn't for the capital campaign. So if we had a need for that, we can ask them for that. So we consider those grants in our world. But we did just receive, thanks to Malachi, he wrote a $50,000 grant from the state library. So that we will be receiving next year. It's a reimbursement grant, but we do believe we have enough money to buy the items to be reimbursed. So all of these items will be for the benefit of kind of hands-off, if you will. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Oh, sure. So the grant was supposed to be designed to kind of help libraries bounce back from COVID. It's called like the rebounding from COVID or something similar to that grant from the state library. So we're going to be doing a couple things just to kind of help with some of the issues that we've noticed around our library that kind of restrict patrons from being able to use our services. So we're going to try to do some things with outdoor seating, so patrons that don't want to come inside and they would be able to use the Wi-Fi. Also some charging stations, so patrons can bring in their laptops, their tablets, their phones, charge them, all that kind of stuff. And then some separate single tabletop seating, just because all of our tabletops are really large. So patrons are nervous with COVID, kind of give them more options and give them reasons to come back and give us a try post-COVID.
Yeah, so we're really, really excited about those, and those will be mostly downtown, a little bit at Southwest. So, and then we'll also receive a new self-checkout station. So, professional development, going down the list, we've pretty much eliminated that. We have so many opportunities through our state library and the library system and consortium, and then the biz library through the city, that we don't feel we need to really send people to things. We would like to, because you can't really replace that one-on-one, but right now everything's via Zoom anyway, so we just kind of eliminated that. And then our CIP projects, we really need new windows at the downtown library, and pretty much that would end all of any sort of moisture issues that we've combated over the past, way before you were here, with the ceiling of the bricks, the new stack. I mean, that will be the last thing to make us probably the most efficient with energy costs and whatnot. The HVAC project was this year. So that is what we put in our summary. I sent you some current year-to-date numbers today. And in a nutshell, I mean, we've received about 80% of our revenues out of 83% of the year gone by, but that's to be expected because we're at the mercy of the property tax money coming in. And then I think our expenses, I don't know what I did with that, they're under where we're supposed to be too. So we're doing very well. Our budget looks kind of odd because last year they sold the bonds for our HVAC projects, so that really bumped everything up. But as it stands, we are submitting a deficit budget. The councils, or the library board approved that. We're looking at a $278,536 deficit. So for those of you on the council, this past February, I presented our annual report and our statement of funding requirements for CY 22 2022, and that expressed the need for an additional $270,000-ish to balance our books. So as you can tell from the numbers presented in our budget, we're only off about $9,000, and that's pretty good forecasting considering that a whole year has passed almost. So in other words, we always track everything really closely. We're always evaluating things, and I feel like we've been really good stewards with our tax money, making cuts and being the team player throughout these past years. Our contributions throughout the pandemic have been far and wide. We've provided, like I say, the mobile library services, the homebound delivery to people that couldn't leave because they were quarantining or too sick to leave for other reasons, curbside delivery, the Wi-Fi and the RockFi access. We have used our reserve dollars while making service and staffing changes for the past 8 years to balance our budget. But we're at the point that we don't have any of those reserves left to keep subsidizing that. We need to keep our 90 days worth of reserves. This is what we'll have by the end of the year. And a lot of people, why are you in this situation? Well, I mean, we're down 11 people, so it isn't that we're overstaffed by any means. It's really just basic math. When our EAV has increased, our tax levy was decreased so that the money could be used in other areas. It basically kept us pretty close to what we received each year. So the library has received 8.8% increase in tax revenue since 2011. The cumulative consumer price index has increased 25.2% since that time. Minimum wage, as John said, goes up $1 every year for 5 years, so that's 50% increase. Our operational budget transfer for city services has increased by 31% in the last 7 years. So everyone is getting their money, and then to go on, I mean, all of those databases and online resources and books even, I mean, they go up a lot every year. So what it comes down to is what is important to our community. We're an organization that provides literacy and education and entertainment opportunities, and we have provided that unbiased and equitable service to everyone since 1872. And we provide, on average, a $5 return on investment for each dollar spent. The average home in Rock Island pays $125 for library service for a year. I mean, that's like checking out 3 books if you were to buy them, but you can have unlimited amount of education and entertainment. We have taken that mantra of partnering. That's all we hear. Partner, we got to partner to a whole new level by creating the first ever library YMCA in the state of Illinois combined. We've raised, like I said, about $7.5 million during the pandemic to repurpose an empty building, fulfilling the needs of the residents and the schools that are nearby. And we are always planning for the future. I've always had a strategic plan since I've been here. We've always known what we need to do. So the status quo isn't going to get people to move to Rock Island. I'm a firm believer in that. I love this city. We need to offer services that people want and need, and that's how we get people to move here and to visit here, much like the parks, because you have a library card. We have reciprocal borrowing with Davenport. We have a library card in Illinois. If you have one, you can use any library. So people don't come to us, possibly they go to Moline, or they go to East Moline, or they go to Silvis, depending on where our building is. So we know when we open that building, the amount of people that will draw back, not just from Rock Island, but from East Moline, Silvis, and Moline is going to be huge because they can use us. And the only thing they can't use is our online resources. And we've actually had a lot of comments. People say, we wish we had a Rock Island card because we want to use your online resources. They're better than our libraries. So we are amazing with what we do. We're part of all the things that I know that the City Council supports, specifically going through the strategic planning that you're doing, economic development, placemaking, fiscal responsibility. So we just really ask that you can fund us in this manner. And I know the big question is, well, what if you don't receive any more money, or if you need to cut your full deficit? Well, I don't really have the final say on that. The library board does. But I mean, the things that I can even offer to cut that would be that substantial would be staff and materials, not even services, because really that's people. So we would offer them probably just in a limited way. But it really would be a sad day for many if we had to do that. So I think I probably talked enough, and I think you know how much I think the library is the most amazing place in the whole world. It's changed my life. It's changed more people's lives than you can ever imagine. If you only think it's books, I invite you to come by, like the mayor did once, and learn about what we really do there. And I hope you're just as excited about it as I am. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Angela,
Yep.
congratulations on that successful fundraising campaign for your
Thank you.
third location. That's awesome considering how many other fundraising campaigns were going on
Yeah.
in the region. And Malachi, kudos to you for getting that $50,000 state grant.
Thank you.
Angela, as I've told you before, the library is what got me through the pandemic. More specifically, the online resources with books, being able to read books online.
Yes.
So,
Oh.
I thank you for that, and thank you for updating the statistics that I requested.
Oh, here, no problem. Sorry it took so long.
No, fine, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for all you and your staff do.
Thank you.
Any questions of Angela?
This is Alderwoman Swanson, and I just want to preface this by saying I do sit on the library board and I'm the finance chair, so I am prejudiced towards the library, but I just want to kind of highlight the fact that unlike other departments, the library does not have a revenue source other than room fees, which was a big discussion point on whether to charge outside of the taxes. And libraries are really an important part of communities, and I think we saw that during COVID with being able to connect with people, with the mobile library, being able to go out and deliver books to people, to be present where people needed it, and also to be used as a hotspot, because one of our biggest issues that became very apparent during COVID is our lack of broadband in some areas. And so it's great that you can have remote school, but that's only as good if the kids have access to internet to be able to log in to their classes. So I just want to encourage everybody to really visit the library. If you have any questions about the value of the library and, funding for the library, because it would be a travesty to this community if we didn't have a library. And if we lose our library, again, like parks, that is a basic part of a neighborhood. And that's why people move to good neighborhoods, because they have parks, they have libraries, and they have resources to help themselves and their children. So Angela and Malachi, thank you for all that you have done. I know that you have worked tirelessly and revisited this. Can't even tell you how many times, but you've done an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This may not be a question. Seeing the capital improvement plan, you've requested $2.5 million for the new library and the $300,000 that's in every single CIP to fix the windows in our beloved downtown library. It looks like administration is recommending that the city contribute $1.5 million to the new library. However, nothing for the downtown windows.
Actually, that's all contributions. It's not city funds. It's kind of split out different, it's two different lines.
Okay.
So the city's not contributing anything yet to that project, so.
All right, so the reason that they're split up into two, 1.5 and 1, is 1.5, it's included in our capital improvement plan because it's part of your budget, but not that it's from city revenue?
I don't know if you can explain it better than me or not, Linda. It's a different source. It's all of the foundation's money,
Okay.
basically. Yeah, so the
Okay.
$1 million we're asking the city for,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you for clarifying.
yeah. And then the windows.
310,000 or whatever, the windows.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought, and it doesn't really matter if the city's not contributing anything to either, but we need to maintain the property that we have before we invest in a new property. And as long as I've been on the city council, we've needed windows in the downtown library. And I'm repeatedly assured that the new library will not result in the closure of the downtown library, and yet we're not funding the downtown library. So, but if, it doesn't really matter if we're not contributing to either. So just a point maybe for the city council. Thanks.
Thank you.
I got to echo like I have so far in the other departments and individuals that there's no doubt in the COVID, you guys really shined, taking the mobile library. You even shared it outside Rock Island. You were talking about partnering, and that's wonderful that we work together in the Quad Cities also. And so thank you for that. The dedication of the board, I know they're here, and they've been here a lot of times, Foundation Board and/or your board.
Yeah.
And so they definitely have your back and support you. But, you know, once again, adapting to the COVID issues and flat revenue, if not down, it's been difficult, as the other ones have, there's no doubt, that's for sure. And I got to say, I guess, to tell everybody, we've said it several times, but people have I'll say the stigma or the stereotype of libraries being books. Yeah. And our library, and I imagine there's others out there, but our library is far, far more than that, which is I learned was there, whether it be hotspots, sewing machines, access to computers that for people to fill out applications at places that they wouldn't have otherwise have access to and get employed. And so there's just an array of other things. Yeah. But there's no doubt it's to continue to get rid of that stigma that it's not just books.
Right.
That's an important part, but it's not just, it's a place to gather, a place to socialize that's mentally healthy for people. So kudos to everything you guys have been doing.
Thank you. You have a great staff. And a great board, and a great foundation.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All right,
Had
well,
a
thank
chance to
you.
get to know. Thank you. Because next up, we got three different areas: finance, human resources, and general administrative.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm going to run through the finance budget summary for 2022. So as far as staffing changes, the employees of the finance department are assigned by department as follows. There's one person in administration, 5 in the customer service area, and 5 in the accounting area. So it makes a total of 11 full-time employees. So the body count and total full-time equivalent for 2021 were reduced by 2 positions, which was the finance director and customer service representative, to assist with budget cuts this year. It is expected that the finance director position will be filled before the end of the year, and the customer service representative position by the start of the 2022 budget. This year, the department encountered numerous staffing issues that reinforce the importance of having an adequately staffed department. So as far as budgeted projects, the financial software, it's not currently budgeted, but it is a CIP request in conjunction with the information systems. Other ongoing projects would include our annual audit, annual budget, the annual CIP budget, monthly budget analysis, and other audits as they arise. So for budgeted contracts, the audit, it's a 5-year contract with the firm of Lauterbach and Amen, which was selected in 2017. So the first audit was completed in 2017, and 2021 is the final audit. So we will go out for bids probably in late summer or early fall. Banking. So the American Bank and Trust contract was renewed in December of 2020 for a 5-year period ending December 31st of 2025, with an automatic renewal ending date of December 31st, 2030. We did remove the third-party vendors from the contract, and this has allowed the city to seek cost savings through the bid process. Actuary contract. This is a 3-year contract with a 2-year extension, and it was awarded in 2014 to Nyhart Consultants. The department reviewed the agreement and recommend continuing on a year-to-year basis until the pension consolidation is completed. OPEB, which stands for Other Post-Employment Benefit Services. This is a 3-year contract with a 2-year extension, and it was awarded in 2014 to Menard Consulting. But with the new GASB standards, this agreement was extended for 5 years for CY 2018 through 2013 audit. Another one is our pension investment consulting. So the police pension awarded a 5-year contract to Investment Consulting Group in 2019, while the fire pension awarded a 5-year contract to Marquette and Associates, also in 2019. Both pension boards also retain Lauterbach and Amon for pension administrative services. As of our sales tax audit, they are currently reviewing our hotel motel tax revenues, and their fees are on a contingency basis. We also have bad debt collection contracts through 2 agencies. One is QuadCore, and another one is Tech Collect. And Tech Collect is sort of unique. Years ago, it was purchased or contracted through a prepaid process. So from recent conversations, I found out that we still have a few hundred accounts available to use. So we can use them for collections, and they'll make the phone calls and send out the letters. And like I said, it's already prepaid. So I'll be working with some departments to see if there's anything that they have that we can send to Tech Collect. Parking enforcement contract, this continues to be through Permar. So right now, they are currently charging $17.09 per hour, but that will go up to $18.64 per hour starting in January, and that's mostly related to the minimum wage. So we currently contract for 40 hours per week, so that's coming out to about $38,000, almost $39,000 for 2022. We also have the parking software with Duncan Solutions. Okay, this is basically to enforce our parking system, and we are currently still working on some implementations from some software upgrades. So, but they are currently in the process of mailing out delinquent notices, and hopefully we'll see some revenue before the end of the year related to that. So right now, I know normally I get questions about, is parking paying, is the revenue coming in paying for the expenses? So right now, as of September 30th, we had parking violations of about $81,000. And for that same period, our revenues are coming in around $23,000. Some of that could be related to, COVID impact and other things, like I said, what was the other? It's the COVID, and then some software upgrades. So different things are just causing, the revenue or the revenue not to come in as strong. But we hope to improve that. So onward to the next is just a list of the various contracts that I have touched on. So on the next page, as far as revenue changes, this really does not apply to the finance departments, as we are a part of the general fund. As far as changes in levels in services, no changes are expected. As far as operational changes, we will continued increased efforts for collections of past due accounts, continue to improve processing efficiency, utilizing electronic processes for financial data, and continue to strengthen internal controls, which is always important when you're dealing with finance and accounting. So as far as grants, we do not have any grants that we utilize. And as far as the CIP, as mentioned, we will likely not include any gaming support, but we are requesting support for software. So that is all I have for finance. Do you have any questions?
Linda?
Yes?
Alderwoman Gilbert here. So thank you for all you do on this budget, having poured over documents for 2 weeks now. It's amazing how you managed to get it to all come together. So I do have one question that's not related to your department, but so a week ago when you gave your budget presentation, you explained there would be no increase in the tax rate. But in yesterday's paper, there was the truth in taxation notice for the increase in the tax levy. Could you please explain to the public in as plain English as you can what the difference is so people could understand?
Sure. So basically, when you look at property tax levy versus property tax rate, an increase in the property tax levy does not always equate to an increase in the property tax rate. So for CY21 proposed levy, this is a prime example. So although the proposed levy indicates a 6.56% increase from 13.5 million to 14.4 million, the corresponding tax levy rate actually decreases from 2.759 to 2.748. So that's virtually unchanged. So why is that? So as of August 24th, Rock Island County Assessor provided an estimated equalized assessed valuation, or EAV, report to the taxing bodies. So the City of Rock Island's estimated rate-setting EAV increased by 6.99% over last year. So this was mainly due to the expiration of the downtown TIF. So this increased the City of Rock Island's EAV. So it means that, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to clarify. When you say due mainly to the expiration of the downtown TIF, you mean because, so the downtown TIF was capturing increment and the city was only getting, and the other taxing bodies getting the base. So now all of the valuation of the downtown property is coming online. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct. So it means that if the city decided to maintain the same levy as last year, which is a 13.5 million, the property tax rate would decrease from 2.759 to 2.578 due to the estimated EAV. However, it is necessary to increase the levy to pay for the fire and police pension contributions. This increase amounted to $486,476 based on an actuarial report. So this increase alone resulted in a levy increase of 3.59%. However, the tax rate would still decrease from the previous year from 2.759 to 2.6417. So the estimated increase in the EAV provides an additional opportunity to generate much-needed revenue while maintaining the same tax rate to the citizens of Rock Island. So for example, as John mentioned, it helps to offset the increase in the minimum wages for parks and recreation. And as Angela mentioned, it helps to support the library. So the general fund would receive an additional $98,000. So the notice that was published in the paper on Sunday is designed by the state statute, and only the property tax levy information can be included. It does not include the property tax rate. So yes, this can make it confusing, you know, when you're looking at it at a tax, you know, at a tax rate level and not at the actual tax levy. So bottom line, no property tax rate increase is proposed for the CY '21 levy. It will remain virtually the same with a slight decrease, if you can call a .001, slight decrease. So please note that this is based on a county estimate, but last year the request was, again, 2.758, and the actual came in at 2.759. So again, .001 difference. So hope that explains it.
Yes, thank you very much for clarifying that for all of our residents. You did a good job on that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any questions?
Anything except depreciation? No.
Yeah. We, I guess, no, question, once again, clarification, everything else, just because it was in the news, and since didn't have anything to do with the budget, but we saw the scam. You know, this Rock Island County had the scam, and the city of Moline had this scam. My understanding is Rock Island, we've taken precautions to make sure that the payables and everything else, we double check and to make sure that doesn't happen with us.
Right. And it's not unusual. I think every city, county gets those type of scams. We have had a few over the years. We have been fortunate where, in one instance, where money was sent out, we were able to retrieve it back. It was, under, I think at the time, under 5,000. So we were able to get it back. Another came in, and one of our accountants identified that it was a scam. So that one was stopped. So we have, had instances where, unfortunately, been scammed. But like I said, we try to put measures in place to really double-check things and be conscious of it.
That's great. That was wonderful. Thank you. And just want to, I guess, clarify that. People ask those questions, what are we doing? And so, and once again, thank you for all what you've done, filling in and interim and everything else. And it's been quite a while that you've been in this position. It almost, you wonder if the interim is there anymore. But so thank you for all the hard work and dedication that you have and the creative thinking. Once again, refinancing bonds and taking a look at ways to be able to save the city's taxpayers some funds. So thank you.
Linda, this is Alderman Hurd. I have a quick question before you go.
Sure.
I'm kind of looking at the parking enforcement contract that we currently have with Permar. So, and that figure, or the contracted amount is $36,972, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at the proposed, or looking at I guess what my question being is, the parking ticket revenue, does that offset the amount of the contract, or where does that stand, or how does that equate?
Well, when you're kind of looking at just that $36,000, we have not got that much in for this year. Again, some of it is still related to COVID, that during that period.
Well, let's base it on 2019 numbers. I'm just kind of curious at a high number. I'm just kind of wondering are we generating enough income off of the parking tickets that are actually paid to offset that contract that we have with them?
In the past, we have. So prior to 2020, we were collecting enough revenue. But for 2020, 21, we are kind of lagging behind.
Okay, so based on this figure from 2019, parking tickets paid, it looks like it's $2,329. What does that equate in dollars revenue?
Okay, I'm sorry, where are you looking at again at 2019?
The actual calendar year is 2019 on page 7 of performance measures.
Oh, let's see. Parking issued and paid. Okay, so these are the numbers issued and the numbers paid. So as far as the dollar amounts, I don't have the 2019 I think, dollar amount readily available, but I can't get that. So maybe we
Okay,
can
I
look at,
would, yes, I'd appreciate if you could get that
Okay.
back to the council.
maybe we'll look at 2018 and 2019, a couple of good years.
Yep, that's fine. I just want to
Okay.
see from a high end where it stands.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Linda.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to go over the budget highlights for the Human Resources Department. Looking at the staffing going into 2022, it would remain the same as 2021 for the regular full-time staffing. We have 3.73 employees. That consists of the HR director, the risk manager, benefits coordinator, all at full-time status. Then we have a part-time HR assistant. There is a request as well for a part-time student worker within the department. There are a lot of paper processing tasks, manual tasks within the department that would benefit some additional assistance and also get exposure to a student, Augustana possibly. Because of the amount of kind of manual processes, we would benefit from having some additional assistance there. For budgeted projects, there are no specific budgeted project for HR, but we are asking for assistance with the HRIS system that is tailored together with the system that Linda described and also which Tim will go over within IT. The system that we have for HRIS right now is it's very manual, so there's a lot of entries that you have to do into different systems, all the benefit providers. To do reporting, it's a little cumbersome to be able to get good information to make quick decisions with your personnel. As well as there's a lot of manual inputs just from a salary standpoint. With the amount of manual inputs, it increases the potential of having errors. So modernizing that software in combination with payroll and IT would be very good. For the budgeted contracts, the primary contracts that we oversee within the human resources. Legal services, we have the city attorney, Mr. Morrison, Mr. LaRue. For labor, we have Pappas and Wright. And for workers' comp attorney, we have Lori Utzinger. We also have provide temporary contract employee services for the site, for the city. We will need to look at that contract. That's one that could be looked at in 2022. We have an employee assistance program, which provides short-term counseling for employees and their dependents, up to 6 visits for short-term. And if it's something that would, for issues, family issues, financial issues, and if it would turn it into a larger issue, then they could transition into the mental health provided through the health insurances. Segueing into the medical services, Genesis, it's our on-site medical clinic. They provide assistance with our workers' compensation, new hire processing, as well as health. They see quite a few employees on a daily basis within the clinic on-site. Blue Cross and Blue Shield is our third-party administrator for our health services. Stealth Benefits was our reinsurance provider for 2021. We are going to be switching. There was a review on marketing that was done by our consultants at Holmes Murphy, and the renewal came in approximately about $16,000 less, so we will be transferring over to Berkshire Hathaway. That's an opportunity to save a modest amount for the health insurance. CVS, they are the organization, does our pharmacy processing. Delta Dental and Avisus. Delta Dental does our dental insurance. Avisus does our vision. We get a reduced rate on that because we're part of a consortium throughout the Midwest. Via Benefits does our Medicare exchange. USI and IPMG does our workers' compensation, third-party administration, and reinsurance for services for the city. TriStar is our flexible spending account administration out of Des Moines. That is for both our medical flexible spending as well as our dependent care. And for consulting services, we have Holmes Murphy. They do our health consulting and our actuarial services. That one thing that will be happening this year in 2022 is at the end of the first quarter, their contract is up, so we do need to take that out for bid. We will be looking at doing that in probably, I'd say, in December timeframe for the next year. We'd like to have a little bit of overlap, because what that consultant does, they sit on the Joint Administration Committee for our health insurance. They facilitate the meetings, get the subcommittees together, facilitate discussion on improvement of the benefit plans. So it's a very key consultant for our employees. As well as USI, they're our risk management consultant. Other miscellaneous agreements that we have with Augustana and Southwest Rock Island Township, we have an agreement with them to utilize our medical clinic that are from Genesis Occupational Health, and then also citywide vending and cable franchising. Overall revenues for the department is $8.3 million. For calendar year 2022, this is a $412,000 increase compared to the current budget year. Self-insurance, the workers' comp and other workers' comp insurance and liability insurance, revenues will increase by 5.8% for a $101,000 increase. There is a fund balance there of $74,000. The risk manager's attempting to build a surplus in that fund. It is hard to keep doing that. There's a financial policy that they would like to see a surplus built up for that, approximately at $1.5 million, because it's 5-year average of expenses, but it is difficult to get to that. The revenue for that is $1.84 million with expenses of $1.89. For calendar year 2022, we will utilize some of the fund balance, the cash balance, to make up that deficit. Health insurance revenues will increase in calendar year 2022 from $6.2 million to $6.5 million. The healthcare fund current fund balance is $2.158 million. So the revenue coming in on 2022 would be 6.53, expenses 6.76, and we will utilize funds from the fund balance to cover that amount. Approximately 32% of the health fund balance is in cash at this point, and we'll be utilizing some of that cash to pay for expenses in 2022. Cafeteria plan, there's going to be minimal changes in the cafeteria plan. That's the pre-tax savings, flexible savings accounts for both dependent care and medical FSA. There will be, that's pretty much the same number of people that we're going through open enrollment right now, so we're anticipating that to be no changes. And changes in the level of services for the department. We anticipate no changes in the level of service that we provide the city. We do see both with the HR department as well as the medical clinic, the support for the city in terms of COVID has increased incredibly. I would tout down in the medical clinic that Naomi and staff have done an exceptional job supporting the city from a testing perspective, advice or counseling perspective. She has done an extraordinary job for the city, and I would anticipate that to continue going into 2022. The wellness operational changes, there's going to be continuous review of the services provided by the Wellness Center. We are going to be planning some different things like increasing our fitness reviews for individual well care, as well as looking outside providers. One of the things that in the past they have had outside entities or groups come and utilize the medical center to offset costs. That minimized. Augustana now has a clinic themselves. They utilize it during the school year. During the summer, they utilize our services down at this clinic. We have already reached out to our neighbors, YWCA. Alderman Geenan gave us the contact over there, so we reached out to them to see if they would like to utilize our services. Naomi's very open to that. We would like to do it on a systematic basis, so we add individuals kind of after we determine if if we can maintain the services for the city employees, because that's our primary and most important customer or consumer, but we would be adding services periodically as we can to try to minimize the cost. The grants for the city human resources team, there are no grants. And then capital improvement plans, there is no capital improvement plan request for funding from the department. Just kind of touting some things. I'm new to the city, so this is what individuals have done prior to me, but I just want to tout some of the things that the department has done. We're going to be maintaining flat premium expenses for the employees because we have the surplus that we have available. We recruited within the Wellness Center a new nurse practitioner, Naomi. Polly, if you've had a chance to utilize the facility down there, done an incredible job on renovating it with a lot of sweat equity and assistance from Public Works, renovating that area. Also improving services and communication and kind of facilitation of when individuals need help or assistance. She is very willing to go forth and put the extra effort to help people. There is also the Biz Library, the training software. It is utilized at a high rate. We're looking at projects in 2022 to enhance the utilization of that. There's about 123 new hires in 2021. Key staff hires were 6 police officers, 3 firefighters, a city clerk, water treatment operators, 5 of them telecommunicators, 3, about 80 Parks and Recs people, and a HR director were hired in this year. AFSCME BA, there's a typo there, sorry. AFSCME BA contracts were negotiated by Mr. Thronson, very good, as well as the FOP contract, and we are going to be starting the command contract here shortly. From the Wellness Center, there's 300 plus patient encounters this year, 12 flu clinics. So during October, it was not only flu clinics, but it was on site. So it went to the different city locations to help the accessibility for the staff members. And like I said, they did the capital renovations downstairs, and they still do a lot of communication and information regarding COVID quite a bit, but other things that could impact the health of the employees. So I just wanted to go over some highlights of this, what the staff has done. It's a relatively new staff. It's about 50% turnover in the staff members, but they've put forth a lot of effort. I just want to make sure that was recognized. So that is what I have for tonight, if there's questions.
Quiet. Nobody, no questions, comments? Doesn't look like any.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you
Appreciate
very
it. No,
much for your time.
Thank you for everything you've done. Jumped in with both feet. Police Department. Oh, oh, I missed one. Oh, gee, General, I don't know. Pardon? You good? Okay, you good. Excuse me. I've got General Administrative. I'm sorry. I missed. Problem of lumping them together there. Yep.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. This is Chief Jeff Yerke. I'm going to try and go through the general administration overview as best I can. Randy did ask if you have any questions at the end to send them directly to him. We'll see what comes up. So as far as the city manager's office, city clerk's office, mayor and council, calendar year 22 budget review, a small change in staffing, going from 12 FTEs down to 11 FTEs. The city clerk will be absorbing many of the duties of the executive secretary once she retired. Budget projects, the city's manager's office coordinates annual strategic planning session with the city council. That process that was recently started, you should start to see some documents come your way for review now that the city managers have had a chance to sit down and go through that document. So the Labor Day Parade is also coordinated through the Executive Secretary Office, or GA, in concert with the Parade Advisory Committee. And then the project budget for CY '22 remains the same at $17,500. Some of that funded through gaming funds, but also funded with sponsorships and entry fees. Revenues are pretty consistent over the past few years. There's a chart there that kind of goes through each of the different revenue sources: alcoholic beverage, video gaming, terminals, games, amusements, and so forth. So, and a couple of these we'll talk about here in another section. Service levels will remain consistent with the previous year. At this time, city manager's office, city clerk, or mayor's office does not administer any grants. As far as projects, there's quite a few projects that is highlighted in the document here. The first is budget development and monitoring. Also, annual strategic planning 2022. So the city manager's office will coordinate the strategic planning session and make sure the action steps are implemented. As far as economic development, the city manager's office continues to work closely with the mayor and the finance department to seek out development projects and explore opportunities to support and expand existing businesses. And then performance audits, the city manager continues to work with department directors to identify new performance measures, review their organizational structures, and try to achieve any unrealized efficiencies. And as far as licensing, that's handled through the general administration and the mayor and liquor commissioner, especially with regard to liquor licenses. But there's all kinds of other types of special permits, especially liquor licenses, games, amusements, video gaming machines. And of note here is that the past year video gaming machines were separated out from games and amusements as their fee structures were changed. So a reminder that 21 gaming establishments are allowed within the city by ordinance, and each establishment is allowed up to 6 machines each by state law. Establishment owners are now charged $50 per terminal, and the video terminal operators who install the machines pay $1,200 per machine. Currently, we have 105 terminals in the city. And then the city clerk does handle quite a few other licenses, activities, permits, tobacco dealers, junkyards, and things like that. Professional development, the city council was budgeted $2,000 for professional development for each ward member in calendar year '22 to cover conference and training expenses. Additionally, $1,000 was budgeted to each council's representation in calendar year 2022, that should say, to cover local meetings and related expenditures. $500 budgeted in the GA budget for miscellaneous training for the city manager and executive secretary, but now that the city clerk is taking over those duties, it'll probably be deferred to her. The GA department also is in charge of OMA compliance, and with the help of the deputy city clerk, who's also an OMA compliance officer, that work continues. And as mentioned on page 1, the deputy city clerk is a full-time FTE, and he does fill in for the city clerk when they are absent. He also handles most of the FOIA requests. And I believe, Josh, you're also looking to update a lot of the city records that you were originally.
It would be nice if I eventually got to do that.
So that's going to be on his radar going forward. So, and earlier today, I did send out a spreadsheet that shows where the expenditures are for the city council members, as well as the city clerk and city manager's office as far as year-to-date. I'm sorry, as of, I believe it was August, or the end of August, because that's the latest data he had, so. Again, if you had any questions specifically, you're welcome to forward those to the city manager, and he'll get back with you on that.
Any questions? Thoughts?
How much are we budgeting in this next year for city council member health insurance? Anybody know?
Nope.
It was in there. See if I can pull it up.
Yeah, let me try and pull it up.
Rob, do you know? Okay.
I will get the information.
No problem. If it's, I know you're filling in, chief. Don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, so the spreadsheet that I sent earlier, it looks like it's broken out by ward. And so each ward has, it looks like either none or a certain amount based on family, single, double
Right.
coverage, so.
So is that amount, health insurance included in the personnel line item? It's on page 9, under mayor and council expenditures. Because no other line item has sufficient funds to cover.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
That's just yours, but,
Which page are you on?
oh, I'm sorry.
That's Randy Hertz.
Well, it was one of the shared documents that we got, so it's on page 9 under mayor and city council department, and then it's got a spreadsheet for mayor and council expenditures. Personnel has $135,039. So
Family.
asking is health insurance included in that? Because alderman only makes $6,000 a year and the mayor makes only $15,000 a year. Which leaves $115,839.
Judith, yes, health insurance is included with personnel costs.
Am I sharing my computer with you?
Well, it was helpful.
Did you hear that, Judith?
Yes, thank you, Linda.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So did we have a number?
No.
I mean, this isn't particularly for me. This is for,
I will gather the information, get it to you.
That would be great. Thank you. No, you're fine. Don't. No, the answer is no, we don't have an answer. We will get it.
I think it would also be beneficial to know how many are just employee insurance or family insurance too, because there's a big discrepancy in that dollar amount as well.
Okay. Good question. Any other questions on G&A? All right, if not, we will move on now to the police department.
okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, I'm going to walk through the police department's overview as I go through the budget for the police department. I will tell you that the information that, as obviously we were presenting this or creating the budget through the year, has changed quite a bit from what we anticipated, what was occurring over time. So some of the information that I'm going to provide to you tonight will be a little different than what you see there, just because of mostly personnel, staffing, things like that. So I'm going to walk through it. Before I do, though, I do want to mention that as part of these changes, the budget is prepared by the chief of police, which was former Jeff Van Huysen, who retired, myself, and then our technical services, which Lieutenant Jamie Morris was there at the beginning of the year. I had taken a position there after retirement. Because of some movement upstairs, he ended up coming up to Office of Professional Standards, and then we put Lieutenant Smith, pressed him back into service after he'd already served 3 years in there before, or 4 years, excuse me, 4 years. I don't want to shortchange him. And he's been doing a phenomenal job. He's done the lion's share of the work on the budget, and we've done our best to come up with a comprehensive budget that not only meets the operational needs of the police department so we can provide the services we need to the citizens of Rock Island, but also one that's fiscally responsible as best we can. So I'm going to go ahead and start walking through this and kind of telling you where we're at and where we're going. Obviously, as a chief, is responsible for overseeing the department and supervising its personnel, is assisted by major staff in accomplishing that and providing the public services to the community. We also work with our law enforcement partners, both in the local and federal areas of law enforcement, to make sure that we can provide the services and provide the protections necessary to the public. Organizational changes, excuse me. The department is divided into 5 divisions. Those divisions include the administration, which is the chief of police, the deputy chief of police, Office of Professional Standards, and administrative assistant. We also have the field operations, which is our patrol division, which is the bulk of our staff as far as the sworn personnel. Criminal investigations, which has our detectives. Tactical operations, which is special operations that we carry out for both covert and overt investigations. And technical services, which is the support, provides all the support to the police department as far as our civilian personnel, our community service personnel, and so on, that really provide all those things that we need to keep the department going. However, 2021 has been a very challenging year for the police department. We are staffed at 108. That's 81 sworn and 27 civilians. However, currently, and this is October 5th, but I will tell you right now, as of today, we are 81 sworn, or excuse me, we are 65 sworn, because we're down 16 spots, or 16 sworn personnel, and we are 24 civilians, because we're down 3 civilians. So starting, now, having said that, we just hired 3 officers that are scheduled to start November 29th. We possibly have a 4th officer that's going through the process, and we're hoping to also either the 29th or the following, I think it's December 11th, if I remember right, when the pay period starts. So going into 2022, if we hire 4, we will be 12 down, 12 sworn personnel gone down. We're currently in the process of taking applications for a records clerk. So if we get, I don't know if we'll have one hired before the end of the year, but we're hoping to have that position filled. Again, that was an unexpected resignation that we had also. So going into that, now also I should add that in addition, we've also had 2 officers on extended light duty for a period of time, and they're still on light duty, and we're not sure what will be the outcome with them. Retirements, over 2021, we had 16 retirements. We were not expecting that many. And in the budget, we actually anticipated 4 retirements for 2022. I can tell you those 4 were already, at least 3 of them have already retired unexpectedly. We weren't planning on. So at the most, we're expecting 1 retirement. We anticipate for next year. So that's something also that we've tried to factor in. The program changes, one of the things we've had to do is to reallocate our resources within the police department because of the shortage that we've had. Tactical Operations Division has basically been shut down. So we took that personnel and moved them all to patrol. We're currently short in promotions. We're down 2 lieutenants, we're down a sergeant, and we're down 2 detectives. And we're, again, you know, we're getting through this, but it's been difficult. So just to make sure we keep operations going, we've reallocated personnel. We're hoping that, again, with the hiring, we're kind of limited on our hiring, both on the applicants that are available and then the academy vacancies that are available to us. The 4 that we just hired, we were hoping, we actually had 7 people going through. It's gone down, like I said, to 4. We had 6 academy spots that we were scheduled for that were supposed to start in mid-December. The academy has got pushed back to January for us. We're still going to hire them. We'll do in-service training, get them up where we can, but we don't want to lose anybody either because every other agency is in the same boat. So we're going forward with that. March, we have 3 more academy spots. So we are right now going through the testing process again, hoping to get 3 more that we can send in March. From there, we've got academy spots in 6 in May, actually 12 in May, 2 different locations, and 3 in June. So, again, looking at the budget going forward, we're trying to say, okay, this is the spots we have available. If we can keep testing and hopefully fill these, we can reconstitute the police department. That's our goal that we're working towards. And that's where the budget's also built around. Grants, we have several grants that we get. The Bulletproof Vest Grant, which is pays for about half the cost of our bulletproof vests that we have to replace with our staff every 5 years, depending on when they received it. The Illinois Training Reimbursement, which really just covers the travel expense for our recruits to go to the academy and then come back. Sustained Traffic Enforcement STEP Program, again, we continue doing that. Tobacco Grant, and then the Justice Grant, the JAG Grant, which I don't believe we're getting because we don't have the numbers for that one. Yes. So that basically we're not getting the grant, but the reason we're not getting the grant is our crime numbers are down, and that's what it's based off of. So it's actually kind of a good thing. Yeah. As far as our accomplishments, the police department, we made headway in the completion of the P25 communications upgrade project. That's still going. Lieutenant Morse is actually part of that. I think it's our RMS system too that we're working on. We should hopefully have it done in early 22. The police department's fleet implementation remains ongoing. We've been slowed down. We've got a new fleet. Unfortunately, the company we contract with that does the actual work and putting all the electronic equipment in, they're having staffing problems too. So it's just been kind of very slow to get the new fleet in. We have about, I don't know if we're quite halfway, I think we're about halfway there on our fleet. But we're working on it, trying to get that done. It's just, it's very difficult. The transition also to, as part of that, we have our new fleet camera systems going in, which is the Axon system. The old system, we had to maintain our own servers. So when the cars would come in and they would upload all that video, it would stay on a different server, and it was a different operating system from our body cameras. Now we have a unified system we're going into for both our body cameras and our fleet will all be the same. Makes things a lot easier. It's all cloud-based. So again, as part of the contracts, they're handling it. That's one less thing that we're having to take care of here. We're working towards NIBRS, transitioning to that. That is required by the federal government, and I think we are actually doing very well on that. We're still little things that we're working on, but we're pretty much up to speed on that. And then we did fill and hire the crime analyst position. He just started Monday. So that will be a new position that will be in criminal investigations that will help with a lot of the back-end work that we have to do and technical work that has to be done there. Our objectives, of course, is reduce Part 1 violent crimes, enhance recruitment objectives, which is a challenge, establish community efforts upon sufficient staffing, identify training needs for personnel, and to be in compliance with training mandates required by the Law Enforcement Training Board and also the Safety Act, otherwise known as the Criminal Justice Reform Act. Provide timely investigations of criminal incidents and professional responses. Provide support to the district, especially during special events that affect business owners and citizens community. Continue to promote social media programs for the police department. Continue the growth of the network camera system, including equipment, video storage, and management. Seek assignment of criminal intelligence analysts, which already accomplished. Hire the court officer position, which we also have accomplished. Obtain training for 2 staff members regarding pursuit and intervention tactics. That one I'm not sure if we're going to do our best, but that one's another difficult one. And then, of course, strive to maintain the eligibility list, which has been complicated by the amount of vacancies and academy availabilities versus retirement rate and low applicants. So, having touched on all of that, the overview of the police department, like I mentioned, I've already kind of touched on, so I won't review that again. What I do want to kind of jump to in our summary was a few things as far as our budgeted projects. The police department maintains a limited amount of funds from the state direct funds to support minor expansions for our camera system. We've done a really good job of building our city camera system, which started in the CBD and gradually moved out to several intersections, major travel ways in the city. Certain neighborhoods have been trouble spots for us, and they've been very beneficial for not only us, but they've expanded now also because all the city facilities, including this room here, is monitored. I think just about, not quite all of them, but we're getting there. So that system, and again, I know Public Works, parks, have also are finding it very beneficial to have it. So it's a system that we've been building on. Unfortunately, again, budget limitations are the big thing. So the real thing that we budget for here is just trying to maintain those repairs. As things come up, we take care of that. We're transitioning to, I mentioned also about the new fleet of squad cars. We're going to the Axon system. So there's a cost that's involved with that to change over, which is about $256,000. We have a 5-year plan that's basically a contract with them, with the first payment due for $101,000. And initially we have split between gaming funds, the DUI funds, and court supervision. The CIP was set up to pay the remaining amount over the next 4 years. However, that may or may not be possible. So we've, of course, factored that into, or if we have to, we do have DUI funds. But when we get into revenues, and I'll have Lieutenant Smith walk through that, that may be a challenge over time, too. In 2022, the existing 5-year contract with Axon, it's our body cameras, is due to expire, and we are have a new contract. That original contract, I believe, was just over $500,000, if I remember right. The new contract is going to be $836,740, which is a large increase. 2 reasons for that. One, when we locked in 5 years ago, that was the cost for the number of cameras and the services that comes with that. 5 years later, those costs have increased. The other thing that is part of this is the fact that we have to expand the number of cameras. Right now, patrol officers, uniformed officers, are the only ones that really have cameras, are the only ones that do. However, under the new criminal justice reform law, by, I believe, 2025, we are all required in law enforcement to have body cameras. Well, then the thought is, well, why don't we just wait? Well, the problem is if we don't lock in these prices now and we try to go back and renegotiate 3 years from now on a 5-year contract, we're going to be paying a lot more. So it's better to lock in now and get it in place and have this savings at least carry us in for 2 years. Service contracts, we currently have contracts for patrol, including the AEDs, which is takes care of our defibrillators. Dry cleaning, it says in here on the report that we expected a 3% increase. Actually, dry cleaning came in flat, so we saved, so we saved money there. Communication services contract for radio access fees, again with the upgrade, increased about 11%. And equipment contracts for Cellbrite software, which is again used for our criminal investigations, is going up. As far as our department revenues, I'm going to have Lieutenant Smith kind of walk through those with all of you.
Revenues have continue their downward trend for police department. One is staffing. With that said, if you look at like special police services, which we used to basically get the salary for the SRO and the high school liaison from the school for them two positions, we're no longer getting that money any longer because we can't fill them positions. It's also affected us on our internal side, as with civilian vacancies, we're no longer to meet the mandates we need to meet to keep the Cora up and running. So we've also lost money there. COVID just keeps coming up. It's affected everything. When you look at our court fees and cases that we would draw money on, they're being backlogged, so we're not seeing that revenue come in from there. Future, as Chief Landy mentioned, we had to redistribute our tactical operations division. That was where our state drug fund and federal drug fund monies come from. Without that, we're going to see that, we're not going to see monies coming in there. We're going to see a drastic decrease. That was some of the funds we could use for various projects if they met the criteria. As he talked about with the in-squad cameras, the fleet cameras, we did that with DUI. We do have monies there that we will be able to use to pay that $38,700 probably for a year or two. However, as it depletes that fund, we won't be able to rely on it forever.
So, service levels for the police department. It's kind of laid out that we had to suspend the school resource officer, the LD service officer, housing authority positions, task force positions with MEG, GTF, DEA, and ATF. Again, with 2021 was a perfect storm for the police department when it came to personnel. Again, we had to move to focus on just patrol and criminal investigations divisions, and of course our services division, which we have to maintain also. Sorry. Some of the things we are, of course, anticipate that it will have affect citizens is that a longer response times, less time for discretionary patrol, basically being out there looking for activity. Proactive police strategies, longer investigations with less staff, with less investigators, along with immediate closing of low priority cases and solvability. I do want to say, while this is kind of a dire service projection of what could happen, I do want to say the police department has done, I think, an outstanding job from where we're at, still maintaining the level of service that we have through all of this. So I do want to say that obviously our goal is to do better and to try to reconstitute the police department so we can provide those services and get back to where we were at. That's definitely our goal. I already talked about professional development. One thing I do want to touch about, a lot of our money that we're having to budget for is in training. The big push, of course, is the more training that officers have, the better those officers will be. However, that comes at a cost, and it comes at a cost not only with money, but time, trying to provide all that and get everything in there. So that's a challenge, and you'll see under professional development, we kind of lay out all the different training. Unfortunately also for us is that the state mandates some of these new training as part of this, but they haven't actually put out what the requirements are yet. They're still developing it, and we haven't got there yet. So we're kind of waiting on that. One of the things we kind of built into our training budget was the costs. We're hoping now through our mobile training units that they will be able to pick up the trainers to do that. We can all work together and hopefully defray some of those costs. But we have in the past had to hire outside trainers that were certified to get in here so we could get certified because of state set deadlines. And again, these are all unfunded mandates by the state. I won't walk through all of the different training that is required, but you can see it's all laid out here in our summary. One thing I do want to kind of go back to on our expenditures, which is, I think, quite notable, is if you look at our department expenditures for personnel, we were budgeted for 2021 at our personnel expenses of being $14,262,999. Our current estimate is that we're going to end up at $12,149,215. While that's a savings a little over $2.1 million, that's at a cost of all the personnel that we've lost. So I would ask the council consider that going into this next budget year. We're budgeting, we're anticipating, and going forward, we're obviously not going to be fully staffed. Right now, of course, we were trying to figure the numbers where we would be. Going into it, anticipating that we'll be 12 down. We're going to be somewhere, we're anticipating a savings of not being fully staffed of around $300,000. It's kind of fluctuated based on our personnel, but if we hire this by the time, if we can fill these academy spots as we go through the next year and we're able to get the staffing we need, we're hoping by no later than June we can be fully staffed again. That's what we're hoping for. So I think I've touched on everything, and I think that concludes it for us. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
This is Alderman Hurd. I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
First of all, before I ask them, thank you and your department for doing such a wonderful job considering the staffing challenges that you are facing. Going forward, looking through on page 5, there was a figure associated with handgun replacement. Is there so the guns that, or the handguns that are being replaced, is there for better, I'm not sure the term, is there like a trade-in allowance for
Sure.
the used weapons, or how does that figure?
Yes, that's actually factored into all of this. So, and Lieutenant Smith actually handled that, so I'll let him, if we want to get into details, I can let him do that. But basically what we looked at was, we evaluated, every time we have a weapon system, it's like no different than a car fleet. It's only got a life expectancy of a certain period of time. Unlike the average person that may buy a firearm for personal defense, theirs isn't carried every day, shot as much as ours. All that wear and tear and those exposure, things like that, that's what degrades over time and makes it less reliable. So every 10 years our goal is to replace our firearms, our standard sidearms. We're actually in year 11 of this one. So we went over a little bit. So we did an evaluation, making sure, again, that we have the best equipment we can provide to our personnel. And we went through the whole process. There was a lengthy process that we went through, selection process, and that was what we actually selected a different weapon system. As part of that, though, we go to the person that we put out requests for quotes, and that includes not only replacement of the firearm, but also of our holsters, our magazine holders, everything else that goes with them. And that I factor into that price that we will trade in our existing firearms, and we get credit towards that. And so this number actually not only includes firearms, but also holsters and magazine pouches, all that extra gear too.
Okay, wonderful. Let's, skipping back to page 3 under professional development, I was glad you did touch on the training of the Safety Act. So my question being, the hours, I guess to help me understand a little bit better, and I'm sure, do we have any kind of projected dollar amount that this training is going to cost? And the other thing is this training going to be requiring other officers to be working overtime to facilitate time for the training, or is this training done like outside of normal duty hours? I'm just trying to, I mean, I see all these breakdown, looks like about 54 hours. Now, is that per year, or is this every so many years?
It's every, well, if you look at it, if you go to the overview under development, and there's a section that says every 36 months, every 48 months, and 60 months. Now, so those, depending on the type of, those are the state mandated training that they have, that depending on the personnel. Now, we're talking about all personnel. Some of this lead homicide investigator, that's our detectives. So the officers won't go through that, only our detectives. Psychology of domestic violence, that's, I believe, all personnel has to go through that. As far as the costs involved, with the, you can see a breakout. That's our estimates that we can project based on past expenses and what we think will be going forward. As far as the cost for facilitating this training, we do our best to, we do our training annually, where we do it in generally February and March, and we schedule in advance to try to keep the costs down. So in other words, overtime, we're not having to do any backfilling, and trying to get all of our personnel in. Are there times where it does cost us? Yes, because we have to, or is unexpectedly someone can't make it, and we've got to make up for it somewhere else.
I think we might have talked about this. In the training, you bring the trainers in here if you can get a big enough class, and you do that with other departments, other cities.
That's correct. We actually partner a lot with the Sheriff's Department because they have the same needs as we do, and mobile team. And to help facilitate that, that's where we'll do it, and we'll bring them into our community room and get all of our training done there as much as we can.
Versus taking the officer out someplace.
Correct. We try to do everything we can, as much as we can, in-house or at the mobile training unit, which is in East Moline.
Okay, so just to clarify, the $15,000 that's budgeted to help meet the state mandates, that's the guesstimated amount for all the training, is that correct?
No, that is money that we set aside in case we cannot get our trainers, local trainers, and we have to go outside again to get that training. So if we have to contract with someone to come in here and provide that training, that's what those dollars are set there for.
Okay, but we don't really have an exact dollar figure for this required training as of yet. Is that the correct assumption then?
That is correct. This is our best estimate.
Well, it's the best estimate of hours. I'm sorry, I just didn't see where it was listed for the actual training. Maybe I missed that somewhere. The actual cost of the training. I was just looking at the hours here.
Oh, I thought if you're looking at the 15,000 where it says 15,000 budgeted to help meet state mandates, is that what you're referring to?
No, when I'm looking at page 3 and it talks about the development of 30 hours required per officer. Now it's like, when I turn the page to page 4, it talks about the every 36 months of sexual assault trauma, but I don't see where it's talking about the mental health part of it, or if it's like we have a lot more things listed here. And so I'm trying to question, are these 30 hours, these things 30 hours per week, or are they somehow incorporated in but it's not like listed out that way in the following page. So I'm a little confused on I guess the period of time for these different, like mental health. I'm not sure, is that a yearly thing, every couple of years, every 3?
That's an annual thing.
Let me just first go back a little bit. If you look at professional development, it talks about the fact that under the SAFETY Act, which is the newest Criminal Justice Reform Act, and it lists out all the things that are required, and it talks about the 30 hours required per officer. That's under this new one, which is still being developed, and we don't actually have all of this ready to go yet. We're still waiting on the state for that. Then you move on, it talks about some of the additional things, 12 hours hands-on scenario-based training, 6 hours of instruction of use of force techniques. All that is required by the new training. If you go back to 2016, there was the Police Community Relations Improvement Act. That's where we get into the every 36 hours of a sexual assault, trauma-informed response, sexual assault abuse investigator training, every 48 months of lead homicide. That was from the previous one that was passed in 2016. So that's why we're getting more and more layers of training as this legislation is coming through. Does that
Yeah,
make
that
sense?
was right. So that was my question. So we'll take these, aside from the 2016, where it says 30 hours, that was my question. Just like a yearly 30 hours for these classes. But as you're suggesting, those are not, it hasn't been defined yet. Is that correct?
Correct. We're still waiting on the state to basically pass what the criteria is going to be, and then they have to submit the training for approval. And once the training is approved, then they have instructors that can work off of that training.
Okay, so associated costs with that still to be determined. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Poulos, I think you
I was
asked.
just questioning whether or not with your new firearms, is the same caliber, are you gonna be able to use the same ammunition, or will you be able to turn that in for the new?
What we're going to, without getting a whole lot of details, is a modular weapon system. The new weapon system will be able to take basically the same frame, and we can switch calibers if we need to. Obviously, with a police department that's very diverse, not everybody is the same. And some of the struggles, or some of the things we've run into with our current firearm system, and it's 1 caliber, 40 caliber, is that some people have a harder time shooting it because their hands maybe are smaller, things like that. So one size doesn't always fit all. So we've had to have obviously different sizes, but when you're still firing the same caliber, you get mixed results sometimes, and we want our marksmanship to maintain as high as we can. So what we're looking at with the new system is that our primary caliber will remain the same at 40 cal. However, we will have the option of going to a 9mm caliber for those that need to, whether it may be for special operations. Let's say they're working undercover and they're going to have a small compact gun, or I have someone that's of smaller stature personnel that is having trouble with that one, we can go to the other one. Again, it's trying to make sure that we can fit our equipment to the personnel that we have.
Yeah, and that's all well and good. I was just wondering if all that was included in your 33,500.
No, that's actually built into our ammo budget, which is a different section.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Just for curiosity, what is the 21,000 budgeted for the police portion of the Police and Fire Commission?
Oh,
There's $20,000 worth of services and then like another $500.
yes, I can.
I'll let Lieutenant Smith.
All right.
Thought we were talking about special services.
Yep.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, yep. This is the Fire and Police Commission you're requesting.
Yep.
Part of it here is, to begin with, we have 4,000 for legal services needed for the Police and Fire Commission hearings. So if an officer was to get in some type of trouble and it was going to go in front of the board, we would need to have legal representation.
Sure.
There is another 9,680 for psychological testing for the Police and Fire Commission. I believe that also includes firefighters and our telecommunicators. They have to go get a psychological test done. We recently had our local guy, he retired, so now we're going through a service out of Champaign that specializes in doing police-related psychological evaluations.
Okay.
When we do, there's $300 for meals, which is for the Police and Fire Commission when they conduct their interviews with all the candidates. We also have $7,000 for testing. We use an outside testing agency for our written tests. And this also is for fire. So they actually send the test booklet down. We hand that out, send it back, they score it, they send us the results. They only charge us for used booklets. So if there's unused booklets, we do send them back.
Okay.
And then there's fees for dues for the Police and Fire Commission, as well as reference manuals for them.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, I would just add, with the Police and Fire Commission, that's not just police, obviously, it's both, the fire and us. And it's when it comes to discipline, a lot of that, as far as the things like that, they have to have legal services in place for.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Are there any questions, comments? I guess I'm just going to talk about the new communication system and everything else. it's a great, great new system. And what's really, I think, is cooperation amongst not just the Illinois Quad Cities, but the Iowa too, sheriffs, your counties on both sides and everything else. Everybody, and I want to say everybody, basically everybody now in REACH is on the same system, right technology, the same technology versus analog and distance and everything else. And so I commend, and if you want to make any other comments, I know they put a few new towers, but everybody shared the expense on it, which helps drive it down for any one community. And so I think it is going online soon, I think, or?
We're hoping by 2022
Yeah.
to have it up and going. It's,
Okay.
again, it's one of our projects. Interoperability, that's the key here with other agencies, even other departments, and that's with this new system, we'll be able to basically talk to each other through multiple channels.
Bad guys don't know the borders. That's great. Thank you.
Right.
I know there's a lot of other cooperation with there's other cities and everything else.
Yes, yes, this is
but,
all, we all work
But
together.
that's a major upgrade that just doesn't happen that often. And that kind of money.
Yep.
Any other questions, thoughts, concerns? Thank you once again, very much.
Thank
I know
you.
COVID, you guys are on the front line, and it's been a challenge, and staffing obviously along with that, and you've said that several times, but
My hopes are that 2022 will be a much better year.
yes.
Oh, sure, a 40-page report.
From Public Works.
Public Works, 40 pages.
Take my money.
It's a big book there, Mike.
It is.
And that's just half of it.
Yeah.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. Introduction to Michelle Martin. She's the Assistant to the Public Works Director. She's also the Budget Coordinator for Public Works. She is my right-hand person when I need to discuss anything on budget and a lot of other things. So appreciate her being with me tonight and presenting, or putting together all this budget information. Just to go start through the budget summary, starting off with staffing changes. We currently have 7 vacant positions. That does change frequently. It is currently changing as we speak. When you see the maintenance worker 1, the 4 positions, we are currently recruiting for those. Several of those positions were held open in this year's budget for until December. And so we've been holding off on filling those positions until now, so we're just getting to that. And we're hopeful to get those positions in and get them trained up for plowing and ready to go. So along with that, we have an automotive mechanic 2, an equipment operator, and a maintenance worker 2. We do anticipate 4 public works employees to retire next year. That is a chemist, an engineering technician, a maintenance worker 2, and an office assistant. And this 2022 budget reflects the elimination of 1 full-time vacant automotive mechanic 1 and 1 full-time vacant assistant to the Public Works Director. It also reflects the elimination of 2 refuse collectors positions, which were replaced by 2 additional equipment operator positions. This year in the 2022 budget, we have brought back stormwater to Public Works Department. That was formerly in the CED department. And that vacant technical service assistant is included in this transfer. So altogether, we have 108 full-time employees within Public Works. As far as seasonal employees or contract employees, we have budgeted 13 contract employees at a cost of $158,000. That includes for Parks Maintenance, Municipal Services Division, and in our Utilities Department. Special projects and service contracts that are not in our CIP. This is projects that consist of our pavement patching program. This contract includes the utility patches from the previous year, from water main breaks, sewer main issues. And we hire out a contractor to put those permanent patches back in. And we also include projects within that contract for our asphalt milling contract, sidewalk program. We include a lot into that pavement patching program. The side replacement program, that is for, again, related to the pavement patching for any areas outside the roadway and sometimes due to snow plowing getting outside of the curb area. The tree removal contract and emergency tree removals, as you can see, we're looking at a 5-year plan to remove dead or dying ash trees. I'm sure everybody's seen the dead and dying ash trees throughout the town and all over our local area. And generally speaking, in previous years, we put about $70,000 into this program, but it's just not enough to get to where we need to be. And so we're looking at doing $150,000 over the next 5 years to remove most of those dead trees. We did do some testing with treating ash trees, and the test that we've done, it really did not work. We're seeing just as much deterioration in the treated trees. So we did not move forward with that. This year, we're looking at a downtown landscaping contract. This is mainly for the one-ways that go through the downtown, specifically from 15th to 20th Street area, 4th, 5th Avenue. And this is for all the planter beds, the trees, the mulching, the weed eating, the things that Parks Maintenance and Street Department cannot get to. We're looking to have that done. It'll be a spring, summer, and fall cleanup. And so we're just hoping to enhance the drive-through of the downtown area and make sure that that looks presentable. We're looking at Longview Road repairs. This is the area by Whitewater Junction. That hill has a lot of undermining, old pavement, and that needs replaced. The City Hall leaking roof, the east side of this City Hall, the parapet wall that sits on the east side has had some leaking issues over the years, specifically on the second and third floors. So we have done some assessments on that, and we're going to get that replaced, along with some other spot repairs of the main roof. We're looking at new perimeter fence around the water tower at 37th Street, some roof repairs at our utilities maintenance facility, and digester cleaning at our Mill Street wastewater treatment plant, doing some lighting for the drive at the Southwest wastewater treatment plant. We're looking at doing a removal contract. This is in result to our levee inspection that we just completed. So they're asking us to remove some trees. This is in the area near Pack Source. Along that area, we have some big mature trees, and they just keep getting closer to the buffer zone, and so we have to get those removed. We're also replacing some drains in our fleet services department. These are drains that were put in when that building was originally built. They were undersized and have got corroded over the years through all the salt that comes off the trucks. And we're constantly having to maintain those with unclogging, jetting those areas. And so we need to replace them completely. In the revenue changes for the 2022 budget reflects rate increases for water of 5.5%, wastewater is a 4.5% increase, and stormwater of 34 cents. This was part of the 5-year rate increase that we did earlier this year as a result of the rate study. This is service levels that we look at for when a major snowstorm, and so we have an average number of employees available for snow removal of 28. A major snowstorm requires the assignment of 24 employees, and so thank goodness we have enough employees to plow the snow. Changes and updates. The city's lease with the Illinois Department of Natural Resources for the Sears Dam was terminated this year. The upcoming budget reflects anticipated cost savings from the project development agreement with Johnson Controls. I do want to mention that with the JCI contract, yes, we're going to recognize energy savings, but we've all heard the amount of energy increase that's going to be needed for natural gas and electricity this year. So we're not sure how that's going to end up, but we're hopeful that we will still recognize some savings through that contract. The intergovernmental agreement with the Rock Island Arsenal for electrical maintenance, sanitary sewer, and water treatment is a new update for this year. And that does result in approximate revenue of around $110,000 that we will see through that contract each year. Grants, we always have the Rock Island County Waste Management Assistant Grant. This grant was around $29,000 when it was in the past few years. It is now being reduced to $27,312, and we probably expect to see that get reduced even further as the years go on. Other grants that aren't mentioned here, we do apply for lots of grants through our engineering department. We do receive some grants, more so through the Bi-State Regional Commission. We have received a lot of surface transportation block grant funds. In the next 5 to 6 years, you'll see 30th Street from 7th to 18th Avenue resurfaced. That's a federal project that we're receiving federal dollars from. 31st Avenue from the 92 corridor to approximately 17th Street will be resurfaced in the next few years. Those are, again, federal grant dollars that we've secured through Bi-State. Illinois 92 Road Diet from 15th Street to 24th Street. That happened, that we just got awarded this year, actually within the last month. It's about $2.25 million of grant funds that will be able to be used for the Road Diet project. And then also we have a federal project next year on 85th Avenue West, which is a highway safety program award that we got for safety improvements to put in a traffic signal at 85th Avenue and 92 Expressway. So moving on, I'm on page 4 now. Just looking at our staffing changes, we went through that. We have 109 previously. We had 109, so we're down one full-time employee. Page 5 is just looking at our seasonal employment personnel of the 13 I mentioned previously. And if anyone has any questions as I'm going along, please stop me and let me know. The next few pages, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
A few projects.
Are non-gaming projects. These are really projects that fall in several different departments. They're more maintenance contracts. They're not shown on the CIP. And if anyone has any questions on specific ones, I'd be happy to try to answer those, but I can go through them all, but I'm assuming you probably don't want me to.
No.
So now I'm at page 13. This is the grant worksheet, and this again is just for the RICOMA grant that we receive every year through Rock Island County Waste Management Association. We're on page 14. This is our professional development. We're a little higher. We're doing some more training now with COVID somewhat behind us. We've been doing a lot of remote training. With the retirement of one of our other assistants to the Public Works Director, who was also our safety officer and former marina manager, we've had to delegate some of our safety management to other supervisors and superintendents, and we are going to be working with the HR department to revamp our safety programs, our safety trainings, and see how we can partner with them on a lot of other trainings. So that is yet to come. Okay, on page 15, this is our department overview. Again, we have 59 cost centers here in the Public Works Department, 59 accounts.
Hydroelectric plant is still included. Is that still technically included, or is that just an oversight on the spreadsheet?
In this budget, it is included because we have debt.
Oh.
We have a debt payment each year.
That's right.
That will be paid off in 2028.
Thank you.
The next few pages are just, again, organizational structure, things that I've discussed already. If you have questions, on specific items, I'd be happy to answer those. Getting down to the revenues and expenses, I'm looking at page 22. This is looking at total department expenditures. Just some things of notes that Michelle and I had put together. When you look at the services under total department expenditures, this is the middle of page 22, you see an increase of 35%. That's really involves all of the projects. It's tree removals, that's the city hall roof repairs that we talked about. That's the street projects that we're doing next year. The Rock Island Parkway project of 1.9 million, the 11th Street water main replacement of 1.7 million. So that's why you see that increase in those. Moving on here, unless anyone has any questions. I'll start with page 24, that's the Public Works Department. We have revenues of $872,154, expenditures of $872,154 budgeted. Currently, we're at, in year 2021, we have spent $702,000 as of 11/10. So just giving you kind of a comparison of where we are compared to where we expect to be in '22. Building maintenance expenditures, we are expecting to spend $758,000, and as of today, we've spent $472,000. On page 25, the street maintenance and repair expenditures, these are items like in-house concrete patching, pothole patching, concrete materials, that type of expenditure.
Could I ask what services, that's a lion's share of that, which kind of surprises me. The services entails there? Where you, on the very top there on page 25, you have
Yes.
personnel, supplies, and then services.
Yeah, so we've increased that for the tree removal contract. We've added the downtown landscaping contract.
Are those just outsourced then expenses?
They are,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Snow and ice expenditures, that's for, again, our salt purchases. This includes the overtime for any snow events that we have. Last year, we had approximately, I believe, 18 snow events that resulted in a call-out or personnel coming in. We're hoping we don't have that this year. The levy and right-of-way maintenance expenditures, that is, again, a partial tree contract for the levy. It includes the mowing contract that we oversee, ditch cleaning, guardrail repairs, those type of expenditures. On 26, this is just based around the parking ramp. This includes the elevator maintenance, the licensing for the elevators, any lighting repairs, any sweeping of the parking garage, that type of expenditure. The electrical maintenance expenditures, this is for all of the street lights, the traffic signals, any supplies, any city facility, electrical maintenance that we do in-house is all budgeted in this area. This also includes a portion of the JCI contract as well. On page 27 for parks maintenance expenditures, this is for expenditures like the bridge fountains that you see on the 15th Street here at the bridge, Schreiber Park, Whitewater Junction, Hallberg, Lincoln, Longview, playgrounds, tree removals. That's all items that are covered in this park maintenance expenditure. And this is an expenditure that is reimbursed by the Parks Department. The Rock Island Arsenal expenditures, this is a new expenditure for this year. This is obviously for the Rock Island Arsenal, and we're doing the same in-house. We're taking care of all the traffic signal maintenance, the street light maintenance, and also some of their building lighting as well. So on page 28, this is the motor fuel tax fund. This is for projects. Next year, we have the 85th Avenue West project. That is for the traffic signal installation and also concrete patching and redesigning of that intersection. We have $800,000 of internal street maintenance that we're doing in-house that is reimbursed. it's paid for by general fund, but then the motor fuel tax is reimbursed back for general fund. That includes our snow plowing, our concrete patching, any in-house work that we do throughout the city. It also includes our salt purchases, includes our pavement striping contracts, sidewalk repairs, that type of thing. On 29, this is the rebuild grant that we are receiving. This started in 2019, I believe, or I'm sorry, 2020 was the first time we received revenue for this. We are doing our first project this year, the 35th Street from 6th to 7th Avenue by Augustana. That's the first project that we're completing with those dollars. We will also be doing 40th Avenue Bridge court repair off of 17th Street. That was supposed to be completed this year, but unfortunately, we could not get the ESR, the environmental survey, completed through IDOT, done on time. Their review, they're like 9 months behind on these environmental surveys. And so we're going to have to complete that next year. The good thing is, any projects for 2022 that involve MFT or rebuild projects, we have already submitted those ESRs, and we submitted those ESRs this past December in 2020. So they should be through the process and in time to get these projects completed in 22. On page 30, looking at the Waterworks Fund, you're looking at revenues there of 8.7 million and expenses of 10.5. Most of that increase is related to the capital project of the 11th Street Water Main project of 1.8 million. In the rate study, or the rate that was approved for the increases over the next 5 years, we had, it's structured to spend down the fund balance of approximately $4 million, and that's to pay for capital projects without increasing the rates too high. And so we're going from a fund balance at the current year of $4 million, and by 2025, that will be spent down all along while doing anywhere from $800,000 to $1.8 million in projects over the next 5 years. But that fund balance will be spent down from $4 million to $1 million, and keeping the targeted cash balance of a 60-day reserve. So that's expected. You will see the expenditures exceeding the revenues for this fund. And like Mr. Grip said when he was presenting, it also includes $1 million depreciation. So how that factors, like I said, it's a non-cash item. It's not expended. So I'd like to count it. It sounds great. Page 32, looking at the wastewater side, again, this is going to see a rate increase over the next 5 years. Most of this is related as a result of the JCI contract. Let's see, and also the 13.2 million compared to the revenues of 9.5, 2.5 million of that is depreciation. So the fund balance is at around 800,000, I believe, as of today, or closer to maybe 900,000 fund balance. We're working that towards, and that's better than when the rate study was completed. Previously, it had a negative cash balance, but we're bringing that cash balance up and still doing $500,000 to $700,000 of capital projects. We haven't done a wastewater capital project besides an EPA type loan or long-term control plan required projects for a few years. So we're talking about sewer main replacements or something outside of an EPA mandated repair. So that's good to see. On page 34, this is the stormwater fund. Again, we have revenues of 1.9 million and expenditures of 1.8 million. This is mostly, we're doing a riprap installation of the levee. We're doing some tree removals next year. And let's see, the capital decreased due to the 24th Street Water Tower storm drain and painting project. Moving on to page 36, we have our solid waste fund. We have revenues of 2.3 million and expenditures of 2.2. And not last. On page 37, we have the Sunset Marina. We did a presentation recently with the assistance of F3 Management. We've sent out some options for the council to discuss and determine on where we go with the future of the marina. We do definitely need a response back from council or direction from council as soon as we could get that. We have contracts that would be up for renewal. We need to send out those contracts. We have, we just need to move forward with a direction, and I know you understand that. And we're just anxious to move forward in one way or the other. We did do some pro forma on that. I know Alderman Parker brought up, you'd be willing to look at investing in the marina if it made sense, basically. And so we did look at that. We looked at an option with 100% occupancy. We haven't had 100% occupancy for several years. We're at, I believe, 60-some% occupancy currently. But we looked at it and figured if we did, we're at 100% occupancy of our slip rentals. And then figured in the 20-year buyback on the capital program, or 20-year bond, what that payment schedule on capital projects would be needed for the dredging, the dock repairs, and the parking lot repairs that were discussed. And what that is an operating loss of about $1 million a year. So if you're 100% slip rental with revenues and expenses, if you're 100% slip occupied, we're only looking at about $129,000 in revenue a year. And we're not at that. We're at about 63% occupied. So just some information for the council. Next item is the equipment maintenance funds. We see that we have 3.2 million in revenue, and 5.5 million in expenditures. A lot of that is a result of capital purchases. We have to replace our snow fleet. Our snow fleet is approaching 22 years old. We had it budgeted originally in 15 years in 2016 to be replaced. It was not replaced. So it's beyond repair. We're hopeful to get through this year with it. So I know that's in our capital replacement plan, but we're really getting into a dangerous area with the fleet we have as far as snow removal goes. So next item is the engineering fund. We have 971,000 in revenues, and we have 1.2 million in expenditures. We were looking at an analysis of this department or division. I talked with the city of Moline. They just went through this in 2020. What they found when they went through their analysis was, but looking at outsourcing their engineering department, the study came back with recommendations of outsourcing all their design department, their inspections department. However, the study didn't mention anything about cost. So the city of Moline did their own internal cost study on that, and what they came to find out was that when you compare their engineering department to the private sector, you come up with an increase to contract out those services by about $423,000. Our department or our engineering department currently is 3 employees less than City of Moline currently, so we're already a smaller engineering department. We have, and that includes a GIS person, which is not even housed in for City of Moline. They have that, they're in another department. So really, we're actually 4 people less. The other thing I want to point out is with in-house engineering services, it really does save taxpayers money. Additional items can be considered when looking at outsourcing as well. the institutional knowledge, our city engineer has 28 years of experience here with the city of Moline, and as most employees in the engineering department have over 20 years. That's a lot of utility knowledge, a lot of street knowledge. They really do an excellent job. And so we also work with a lot of other departments in the city. And a lot of times, unfortunately, we can't charge for those services. We will work with, I'm not going to name them all, but again, for instance, Colleen had some CDBG projects over the past few years, and they were willing to give us some money to do our sidewalk improvements, but we had to design those projects, and it all costs money and time, and so we don't also always necessarily get all our engineering charges back, which is kind of what has resulted into this engineering fund in the negative. But again, when you look at private side, you're looking at 20 to 25% contract costs for the design and for the design and the construction inspection. So 25%, and that doesn't include the surveying of the projects. There's a lot of other projects that and costs associated with that. So we are looking at it, but at this time we're not thinking that it's a good idea to outsource that department. On page 40, we're at the hydroelectric plant. Really, all this is the debt payment of the $168,000, and that last debt payment will be completed in 2028. And that's all we have to present tonight. Anyone have any questions?
I got one. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mike, and your department for all that you do. One thing you didn't touch on, and I kind of want to walk through, is our local gas tax.
Okay.
So, how much do we typically see in revenues from that on a yearly basis? 500,000, a little less, maybe?
Yeah, I believe we're looking at about $577,000.
Okay.
What we expected to bring in. We did not meet that in 2020.
It's going in.
Okay. All right. So, and what do you do with that limited amount of money? What kind of projects, what do you spend that on?
The local gas tax has funded our pavement patching program. So we do our asphalt mill and fill contract, some pavement patching areas throughout town. It's basically a maintenance contract for street improvements.
The maintenance contract. Okay. So I noticed that for 2022, it's showing a deficit, and there's already a deficit in the fund balance. So we'll have an even greater deficit by the end of 2022.
Yeah.
Do we have any sense, and I don't know if this is a question for Linda, of when I'm talking to people keep saying, oh, I'm going to Iowa to buy gas. And I'm like, you really need to buy it in Rock Island because that's what helps with getting the potholes patched at least. Have we started seeing as gas prices are going up that, a drop in our collections for local gas tax?
I spoke with Linda about this previously, about the deficit, and we are looking at reducing the amount of contract work that we do in 2022 to offset that deficit. I'm looking at the fund balance. It looks like we have cash on hand of negative $62,000, and this was
Right.
as of 11/8. So we are looking at reducing that contract, at least that amount or more, to make up for that deficit. As far as where people are purchasing gas and if they're going across the river, we all know that they do. It's our hope that they don't. But if they can buy gas in Rock Island, it sure does help.
Yes, it does. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
My question real quick, lead pipes, the laterals going into people's homes, don't we have, when does that start, or how many
So there was an initial requirement to have them identified or a plan in place. We've already moved forward with that requirement. We've reached out to Augustana to hopefully have an internship to be able to implement the whole program. So that's kind of where we're at. We are ahead of the game compared to other cities. We already have done a treatment to remove some lead, and so it doesn't create the oxidization, and we add a chemical for that. And so the requirements that we have are lesser than others. But yes, we are moving forward with the plan, and again, we're going to be coming back to council here in the next year or so with that.
Start implementing that plan in the
Correct.
next year or so, of eliminating that lead plant.
Yes.
Not doing chemical, but eliminating the lead
Correct.
pipe. And do you think that's gonna take, how long, do you think? I mean, is it too
We
early
don't
to
know
tell?
yet.
Okay.
We don't know yet.
Okay. The other comment would be on safety, and I know that you know, like I say, spread that out over a couple of different people and everything else. You know, that's a tough one, to see a payback immediately and everything else, but I gotta say that I'm a strong one for safety throughout, I mean, whether it be fire, police, and public works for primarily, because that's the most issues with work comps and that sort of thing, is that, you know, if you can get it takes about 3 years, if you can get a good program in place, you know, if you get a 3-year, better safety record, that can drop insurance and, you know, work comp insurance and everything else, and pay for a safety person or people or whatever it is. But it's that painstaking and actions that you take place between that time. But some people look at that as just an expense that, to eliminate a body or something like that, but in the long run, it can pay for itself plus some if we analyze those things and take actions to eliminate future issues. It's a good payback, usually, in a lot of cases, but, so I hate, you know, I'm not saying you're downgrading that priority or anything else, but.
Oh, no, we're not, certainly not.
And I'd say the same thing with fire and police and that sort of thing, because that's where most of the claims seem to be. And I think there's room for improvement in that area, I would say. The other is, I real quick, on a, I won't say personal, but anything else, I want to do a shout out to Tammy Mendoza. Once again, 45 years with the city.
Wow.
Today. That's a long time in a position, but still going at it, but 45 years. So thank you, Tammy, for your commitment and everything else. That's wonderful, so.
Thanks for mentioning that. That'll make her day.
Does the 2022 budget have any money budgeted for recycling drop-off centers?
It does not, no. As far as citywide, it does not.
Yeah, you know what I'm asking about.
I do. No, it does not currently. We're meeting tomorrow with the RICOMA board as another regular meeting with RICOMA, and that will be discussed on how we're proceeding. I know they're looking at putting out a RFP for a company to come in and manage the site exclusively on their own, no interaction with city. Moline and Rock Island have tentatively agreed to host sites again if it were to be funded, because we're already set up to do that and we did it previously. So where that conversation goes from there, we're just waiting to get these bids back and get the proposals out and then get the bids back.
Okay.
But it is a very hot topic with the Rock Island County Waste Management Association right now.
Hot topic, expensive, but environmentally the right thing, but paying the price.
This is Alderwoman Swanson, and I just want to thank you for all you and your team have done for the city. I know that our roads are in bad shape, but you guys have been on top of the patch and fill program. You've replaced the really bad roads, at least in my ward, that one really bad one. And I just appreciate all that you have done with all the cuts that you've had to deal with to keep the city running and to keep the city really a place where people want to move in. Houses are selling quickly in the area. So I think that, you know, kudos to Public Works for being able to to keep on top of things. And I agree with you. I hope we do not get 18 snow events this year.
And I know I say this in some other presentations, but when you compare us to our neighbor to the east, which would be the city of Moline, I just look at their organizational chart. They have 21 additional employees over Public Works in Rock Island. So they have newer fleets, they have more personnel, they have better streets, so we do a lot with what we have. Sure, we'd like to get more revenue and do more, but we do what we can, and honestly, I believe our streets look better than theirs when snow events are taking place, so.
That's where I'd like to see some good chunk of ARPA money going and making a dent in that we've fallen behind on. That's for sure. You drive in, and people probably get mad, you don't want people in there, but I want to say Blackhawk Hills, or that new road you just put in off of Blackhawk Road, off of 30th Street and Blackhawk Road. It is outstanding. I drove through there, and boy, what an impressive project that the Public Works did in there, and in improvement. There was a bad road, and the neighbors are extremely happy. It's got to increase the value of their homes.
Yeah, I was gonna say about the home value has to go up. We've had a lot of calls and thank yous for getting that project done. It's been on the books for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's nice to have those state dollars to be able to get that work done. It just takes, it's a longer process using the state dollars to do it.
Yeah. It was really, really neat to see. Any other questions, comments?
2026 until we get 20th Street done? You're killing me.
But it's actually now it's funded, it's in a slot, and we're gonna make it happen. It's just.
Rough ride down that hill.
And we'll do some ongoing maintenance, obviously, in between then, but, yeah, we actually have it in our budget with motor fuel tax to get it completed.
There's so many of them like that.
It used to have TBD on it for a long time, and now it doesn't, so.
I've seen them take recycled plastic and tar and.
Have at it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it.
You
Great
did
job.
say you were gonna volunteer to drive the plow trucks this year?
No, that was not me. Nope. I'm gonna insist that I start taking health insurance if I'm gonna go out there and plow the snow.
Good evening. For those of you who are enjoying at home, for those of you who are sitting at home, I hope you're warm and cozy, because we're freezing to death in here.
It is chilly in here.
Yeah, what?
God.
Thanks a lot. Johnson Controls.
So I'm going to hand it over to our esteemed Budget and Grants Manager, Colleen Small-Volman, who can expertly lead you through things.
I have to take this off, I can't breathe. So I noticed that everybody has something in their budget that I don't, so I quick ran upstairs and I grabbed a bunch of numbers. So before we get to that part, I just want to go over what kind of revenue the CED department actually generates. We don't really do contracts, unless it's for a project. But we do have 2 TBK leases, and we do the leases. We don't see any of the funds. It all goes into general miscellaneous revenue. But with those leases, it's total $5,040 each. We have 3 farm leases that we do every year. One is 14 acres. We get $80 an acre across the board for all the farm leases. So one farm lease, we get $1,156 a year. Big Island, we bring in $6,652, plus they pay the taxes. And basically they're reimbursing us for the taxes that we pay every year. And then we have the Cordic Farm lease that brings in $1,360 a year. In addition to that, we also have all of our permitting fees that that go on upstairs, the food and beverage license and the contractor's license, rental housing registration, building permits, electric, I can't read my writing, plumbing, and HVAC. And those total, just those, the licenses and the permits, actually add a revenue source of $740,000 a year. We also have subdivision leases or subdivision costs. So if somebody wants to redo a subdivision, they have to pay for that. That's about $5,000. And then this year we added the abandoned property registration. And so far that's brought in $26,000. So that's $771,000 a year that CED projects to bring in. Right now, we're sitting at a deficit of about 178. And so the numbers I pulled, I don't know how up to date they are, but I feel that we'll get pretty close to closing that deficit this year. So we're on track in our revenues. Okay, so let's go to our So we are down one person this year because the stormwater position went back to Public Works. So we're sitting at 21 people, 21.19 because we had an intern in. We had, as everyone knows, hired a CED manager or director, and but that position wasn't budgeted. For the 2021 budget, that position didn't have funding in it until May. That's why they started in May. The building official wasn't funded until we wouldn't go out to fill that position until August. Well, when we don't have a CED director, we don't want to get the building official. So we have Miles here, who's doing a phenomenal job helping us navigate all of this. So for the past, I would say 3 or 4 years, we've had no building official. We haven't had a planner 2. We don't fill the OA2 position, and we've been down a CED director since 2019. At this point, you know, we all work to keep the department running, and I feel like we do a phenomenal job with that. I think that next year we will probably not be able to fill many of these vacant positions that we have. One of the things that we did, you know, our CDBG program paid for a full-time property maintenance person, and we evaluated that. There were a lot of rules that went with that position and how we had to work between property maintenance and the housing development, the rehab program. And Miles and I and Tim DeLathauer sat down and we, you know, looked at how successful this program was with the carrot, the stick and the carrot thing. And we determined that the code enforcement piece wasn't working the way HUD expected it to. So we have taken that position and Tim has put that person on property maintenance throughout the city. They're no longer paid with HUD money, so that HUD money is now going to be reprogrammed into projects. So it won't be towards salaries. We're doing demolition, facade improvements, redevelopment projects. You know, I was looking at what we've done in the past compared to what we're doing now, and, you know, we're still doing a lot of projects, but the COVID, you know, we're still coming out of that, and things are starting to pick up speed, so we're hoping that, by the time 2022 gets here, we're going to really be moving in the direction and we're getting ourselves back to where we need to be. So, gaming funds. I'm so cold, I'm sorry, it's hard to see. So the money, okay. Our gaming funds are allocated based on the dues that we pay for different organizations. So Quad City Convention and Visitors Bureau, Quad City First, River Action, CCC, all of those are, organizations that the city feels it's important to belong to. And that's really where our costs are in the gaming funds. But in our CIP, if you look at the CIP, we have many funds that are part of that CIP. So CED's CIP is a little bit of a different animal, because you're going to find in our CIP funds from 203, the North 11th Street TIF, the downtown TIF, other grants that come in all go into 207, Fund 207. We've accomplished a lot of stuff, we've completed the West End Needs Assessment. We paid for half of that cost out of our 203, our North 11th Street TIF. Miles completed the Southwest Hunting Exemption Ordinance, minor home occupation updates, National Register District Nomination Grant, that's going on right now. We've entered into a QCIC redevelopment agreement. This is going to help Hill and Valley expand. Service agreements with the chamber for downtown placemaking services. I don't know how that's going to fit in. Working on, we did phase 1 and phase 2 of 2425 Fifth Avenue, and Miles is going to be looking at moving that to the remediation stage.
It's a brownfield site that needs cleaning up. It's the last brownfield that we own.
And we have completed the rehabilitation of 1435 15th Avenue, and that house is sold. We've done 19 facade projects. That's across all of our TIFs. And the QC Botanical Center renovations are concluded, and they have been paid. So that is no longer in the CIP. So our goals and objectives are going to actually change now that the council has changed the way you're doing your strategic plans, so these really aren't. We do hope to go on with phase 2 of the West End Needs Assessment. We'll be having a discussion about that in the next week or so. We continue to do community engagement. We do that for our CDBG. We do it with neighborhoods, the community garden program. If people come to us and they need us to help them, we've been involved with the QC Housing Cluster. So we've been working peripherally on that. We continue to do small business development growth, and our public-private partnership, they are working to really expand, working in the different TIF areas and throughout the community. Our performance measures, so you can see that we don't have the numbers for 2021. We just carried them over. So our actuals for 2020 are in here. Those were inserted. During the pandemic, we had 2,682 building permits issued. So that's only slightly down from 2019. So that's, we keep going. The value of the permits, we did get a question about this, and what you have to think about is Augustana's new facility is in this amount. And that's what that ended up being.
Every time they build a new facility, it's a windfall for us.
So we just keep doing what we're doing. We have no changes in our, how we are doing our work. Everything continues to flow. We are still working on the Gorman Solomon site. We are going back to Ida for a third time for LIHTC. We've had to change how some of these pieces work. So we're hoping, our fingers are crossed that this time it will go forward. Our staffing has not really changed. We lost we are down one person, and then, as you can see, when you look at our total department expenditures for 2022, we're actually down by 39%. So in 2021, our budget was $17,082,144, and we're now down to $10,391,870. Our TIFs are all really healthy. I do want to refer everyone to, so Finance set out a fund and cash balance report. And, I've been working, this department has been working very hard on getting our HUD CDBG program exactly where it's supposed to be. And I can say today that it is actually running on all the right rails, and it is finally where it needs to be productive. And in this fund and cash balance report, it shows a deficit of the cash balance of $450,890. And I can tell you today that $315,116.85 has been drawn or will be drawn, which leaves us at a deficit of $135,773. And I have been working 5 years to get to that number. So now that we're there, I can sit down with finance and we can look at everything that hasn't been drawn in the past, So I hope to close that gap here in 2022 so that it's not a deficit at all.
Because how much was there that you need, when you got here, that you needed to pull out?
Well, there was over $3 million that needed to be spent, but what needed to be spent and what hadn't been drawn were two separate items. So we've been working very hard over these last 5 years to make sure that all the money that's supposed to have been drawn has been drawn, and it's back in our bank account. We know that the downtown TIF has expired, and we're just running on what the resolution was. In 2022, once the budget is done, and I will provide to council what the actual balance is, once we know what's been spent and what hasn't. All of our TIFs are healthy. One thing that we did do is for the Bally's TIF, it's no longer the Jumers TIF, is we They are talking about doing projects, so we want to make sure that we have available to them, to the team, to be able to negotiate and do an agreement going forward with them. So we budgeted everything that we can so that it is available for the team to be able to put projects in action. Because the thing about it is, if we invest that money into Bollies, it will replenish our 207. It will replenish our gaming, and that's what we're here to do. So that is what our focus is at this point, is to make sure that those funds are available so they can do some redevelopment and put some money into it and start to make money again for the city. Heather Ridge and Century Woods are not doing anything right now, so we will be bringing some issues to council to talk about that. We do have the Labor Day Parade now, and this 32,250 is incorrect. It's 17,500, something like that. Curliff is about to be launched again, so that will be working. So we are getting all of our ducks in a row in this department. But as you can see, most of our funds, planning and redevelopment, we are going to have one retirement in 2022. How long has Alan worked here?
Alan has worked for the city of Rock Island since, I believe, I think it's September of '81, I think, the fall of '81.
So he will be retiring in December of 2022. So in the Planning and Redevelopment Department, in order for Alan to pass on the baton, we will be requesting that we can hire someone to work with Alan prior to his leaving, because he will take over 40 years of institutional knowledge with him. Most of the increases are coming from cost of living increases, and everybody will get merit raises again next year. So that is built into this. So when you see an increase, that's generally what it is. Downtown, there is no South 11th Street anymore. That TIF has been closed. North 11th Street is very healthy. One of the things I want to point out to council is that work that gets done in the TIF, like the tree trimming, we use TIF dollars to help Public Works pay for that. You know, the money that's being spent on the roof is coming out of the downtown TIF. So there are a lot of places where CED works to help other departments offset costs. The other thing that we've done is, you know, if there are additional costs, when I got here, you know, finance was paying for our filing fees. And I'm like, why are you doing that? I budget for it, you know? So they were like, oh, well, we'll take your money, we'll, you know, and so we do that, and we work with IT to pay for costs, because Laredo, they charge per page. You know, we do a lot of copying off of Laredo, so we make sure that our costs are covered in these other departments. You know, so we're always very cognizant of what other departments are paying for on our behalf. the budget may be lower, but these funds are healthy and there's more money in them than what is shown in the budget. Now, I will point out to you that our expenditures on Dreamers are over by almost $250,000. But again, we only spend what's there, and we budgeted the number that isn't correct is this $180,000. That's the rebate that they get every year, and typically they get $1,600,000. So that's where that difference will be made up. We have the QCIC project going on in Columbia Park, so that increased the budget. The locks just keeps going. There's no change there. What?
It just keeps on a-trucking.
Yep. And, but I do expect, now that we have the downtown person, because they're working in that TIF, it's part of the downtown, because actually the plaza is in the locks TIF. Everybody thinks about the plaza being in the downtown TIF. It's not. And it hasn't been since they carved it out. So the downtown plaza is actually in the locks TIF. And so we expect that some of the locks money will be paid for the plaza. Watchtower, the only thing that really gets paid out of here is the rebate. And First Street it just kind of limps along. As I said, Millennia we'll be bringing a report to council to discuss. I don't see CDBG going up or going down. I think we're going to get exactly what we got this year, which was $1,092,415. And so that's pretty much in a nutshell. Are there any questions?
Congratulations on getting that house sold
Thanks.
in just the 48-hour period. and
Yeah.
Less than 48 hours.
That's great, and close to asking price.
There you are. No one has any questions?
Colleen and Miles, can I just ask you a question about the couple that bought the house? You said earlier they were from Dixon, Miles?
Yep, so it's a young couple from Dixon and their dog. So they were very attracted to living next to the park. As some of you doubtlessly noticed when you visited the property, it doesn't have much of a yard. That's its one big flaw. But it's only like half a block from Longview Park. So
Right.
they were very attracted to that as an amenity.
Do they have jobs here, or they work from home so they can live anywhere?
we
Guess I'm
don't know.
curious why they were attracted to Rock Island.
We don't quite know. We haven't had a chance to meet them yet. We've been dealing directly, real estate agent to real estate agent, so the details are forthcoming. But we look forward to meeting them, learning more about them, and welcoming them to the community.
Great, congratulations.
Miles and Colleen, this is Alderwoman Swanson, and I just want to thank you guys for what you have done. I think that house you rehabilitated was just an amazing thing and is going to benefit us so much going down the road towards getting home funds. And you guys have really had to put up with a lot of hardship with the lack of a CED director, not a whole lot of staff. I mean, you guys are kind of like a two-man wonder team there, but I just want to let you know that I appreciate everything that you have done. And I know the residents and businesses appreciate all that you have done for them too.
Well, thank you, but I gotta say that, as a department, we came together as a team, and it was all of us. It was 21 people coming together to make it all work. And I feel honored and I feel blessed to be part of something that, well, just rocks.
And I would echo that and really emphasize that during this recent period of time where we have not had consistent leadership, or present leadership, I would remind the council that we really did run things basically as a committee of managers with input from the rest of that 21-person team. So, we've really cultivated a collaborative work ethic in the CED department, and I think that is a big reason that we've been able to move forward despite some of the obstacles in our way. I would also just add that some of the progress we've made is really just due to the fact that we really, really have a hardworking bunch. Colleen, the reason I asked that question about how much money we hadn't pulled down for CDBG when Colleen came on board is just to illustrate $3 million sitting out there. Now it's less than $200,000 in the time she's been here. Okay, so that's a big win. Also with CDBG, we now have cleared all of our findings. So all of our, raps on the knuckles from HUD are finally dealt away with. And again, that's a lot of really hard work to make sure we keep that vital source of funding coming into the community. So everyone's done a really great job trying to push through these challenges, and somehow we've come out even better for it, so.
I'd add to that the ability to partner with the chamber and Dari also. Once again, that was a strained relationship for a number of years, and to bring that back in the fold and have that assistance from them is not an easy task, personalities and everything else, and so kudos to you guys and them to continue to work together with partners and able to leverage private dollars to do some of these things.
The thing that you have heard in all of the department's presentations tonight is all about how we're all trying to do more with less. One of the biggest ways that we can do more with less is leveraging partnerships.
Yep.
So collaborative efforts with these other organizations are not just nice, they're a necessity. And so, the CED department being able to really flesh out those relationships, strengthen them, help to make sure that there's two-way accountability in everything that we do in those relationships, that's something we take very seriously and work hard on continuing to cultivate and expand.
Outstanding. Any other questions, comments for CED?
Other than thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, we're now going to escape this ice box. So you all stay warm.
It was warm downstairs earlier.
Somebody unplug the space heater.
Chief's gonna give it from up here?
Yeah.
You want me to stay up here?
No, you're fine. You're fine right here.
Who unplugged it?
Enjoy the comfortable chair.
You're gonna plug the space heater, Linda. You wanna come back and sit by it?
Yeah. It'll be warm on this side.
All right.
Meanwhile, our finance director is freezing out there.
Jimmy Carter.
The fire department's gonna put a campfire out here.
Right. Okay, so for calendar year 2022 fire department budget, by the way, I just wanted to mention that Assistant Chief Graff is here to provide support. He's been sitting back there the whole time, so I appreciate that. So he does an excellent job running the department for me, so. As far as staffing, we had 2 employees resign in early 2021. And since then, we've had additional. We did hire 3 employees this year. We have actually some changes since this was put out, but We currently have 3 vacant positions we're trying to fill, and there could be a 4th. We do anticipate the following retirements in calendar 2022: Battalion Chief Smith and Lieutenant Clays. And then we always need to anticipate possible resignations each year, so. But for calendar year 2022, it reflects a total staffing level of 59.4 FTEs, 59 full-time sworn members, and 1 part-time civilian employee. Jan still processes our invoices, payroll, and credit card statements. As far as budgeted projects, none currently anticipated in 2022 for the stations. As far as our fire suppression and EMS operations, again, we're trying to spread out the replacement of our turnout gear so that we're not coming to you for 50 sets of turnout gear at a large price. We're spreading that out over multiple fiscal years. So we're looking to replace 10 sets of turnout gear next year. We have 2 RIT packs that are getting past their useful life. And these are packs we use to go in to provide air to a downed firefighter if he needs it. It needs to be rescued. Hopefully that never happens, but in the event that it does, we have these 2 packs to go in and provide air if needed. One of the things that we did put into CIP was for some replacement of extrication equipment. However, if that does not get funded, we do need to look at replacing the current power unit on our rescue squad. And so that would be at a cost of $6,200 if we had to do that. We're also looking to replace 1 additional thermal imaging camera next year. We'd like to go purchasing 2 battery-operated chainsaws. Next year, we're trying to move away from gas-powered equipment and use more battery-operated equipment. Lieutenant Rogers has also requested that we purchase 3 IV warmers for the ambulance fleet going forward, just to, again, he's always trying to, make our standards of care the best they can be, and these will go a long way to doing that. And then also what we did is, in the event that we are approved to replace the ambulance fleet next year, that does require some equipment to outfit those, so we wanted to set some money aside for that. As far as budgeted contracts, I do have a separate spreadsheet that lists those out with costs, but we currently have a contract with Professional Billing for our ambulance billing. We do utilize Kenny's Pest Control for the exterminator services at all of our stations. We do have a contract with Kimball Complete Care for lawn treatment. Our crews still do the trimming and the mowing. However, it requires special licensing to do the fertilizer treatment, so we contract for that. We have service agreements in place for all 4 of our station generators with 3E. Our mask room compressor is serviced by Midwest Breathing Air. Our extrication equipment is serviced by Sandry Fire Supply. Our heart monitors are serviced by Zoll, and our ambulance cots are serviced by Stryker, and those are the manufacturers. As far as revenue projections that should say calendar year 2022, but we're looking at charges of roughly $4.4 million. However, we're looking at with drawdowns and bad debt or a net revenue and receipts of $1.9 million. Hazmat permits typically bring in about $22,000 annually. The Foreign Fire Tax Fund, this can be a moving target. This year, I think we only budgeted to receive $58,000, but the check we received from the state was actually $71,000. So just going with trends, we're looking at about $60,000 next year. And then again, Safe Kids donations are kind of a moving target. We usually budget about $400. I think this year we've received about $120 in donations, and typically people will, just give us a $5 bill when they come to the one of the events or whatever it might be. No change in level of services anticipated for calendar year 2022, and then no operational changes as well. As far as grants, we're successful in getting a supplemental AFG grant to purchase PPE for COVID-19 response. That did require a 10% local match, which we covered by Department General funds. We did procure an initial cache of equipment in 2021, and so there's still an unobligated balance of federal funding available. And what was nice is the FEMA extended the period of performance out another year. So we actually, since that initial cache, we've also purchased some additional surgical masks through this grant. And then we also we're looking at external funding sources to purchase a specialized watercraft so that we can better respond to incidents on the Low-Head dams. As far as professional development, we're looking to possibly send at least 3 members to the academy next year, maybe more, with our vacancies coming up. We're also looking at sending some of our MABUS members who are in training to technical rescue courses and hazmat courses. And keep in mind that Mother MABUS does reimburse us some of the costs for those classes. We'd also like to send 4 members to the Vehicle Machinery Operations course, specialized extrication course, so that we have all of our members trained at this discipline. Another extremely valuable course is the Command and Company Officer School at IFSI. It's a 1-week course. We'd like to send 4 of our company officers to that. And then one thing we've noticed is that when our members go to attend water rescue training, these agencies are requiring them to have an IDNR online boat operator course. So we'd like to send 30 members through that. And again, it's an online course that they can do in-house. On the fire prevention side, our investigators have to complete so much training every 4 years to recertify. And one way they can do that, get a lot of those hours to attend training summits. So we'd like to send 4 investigators to the Central Illinois Training Summit, and then 3 investigators to the IAAI conference in Peoria. On the EMS side, Lieutenant Rogers gets a lot of valuable knowledge and networking at the Tri-State EMS Summit in Dubuque, so we'd like to send him to that again. We have a handful of members that have their National Registry paramedic licenses that we'd like to renew every year. And then the last 2 years, Lieutenant Rogers and Captain Briggs have been unable to attend the ImageTrend conference. ImageTrend is the software that we use for pretty much all of our reporting, our training, and those types of things. So we think it would be valuable to send them to ImageTrend, to their training conference, to network with our software engineers and software developers, and just so they get a better sense of how the system works. And then finally, under capital budget, I've kind of listed out some of our requests over the next 5 years. You'll notice that in calendar 2022, we put in a request for 4 items. I'd like to replace an additional weather siren. I'm trying to get all of those replaced. There's 6 of them total. So far, we've replaced 2, so I'd like to continue replacing those. They're well past their useful life. With the move to the P25 radio system, we'd like to install a new alerting system in the stations to alert our personnel when a call comes in. We'd like to start the replacement of our extrication equipment on the rescue squad. And then we'd also like to start security upgrades at each of the stations, starting with Station 2, which would include the replacement of 2 entry doors and possibly a card reader system and some cameras. And then you'll notice future requests, you can see they're going down until calendar year 2026. The next page just has kind of our organizational chart. And then I've also included the historical trend of our staffing over the years. The next page just kind of goes through all of our budgeted contracts and then the cost of each of those. The next few pages, what I did is I compared our line item budget from 2021 to 2022. So anywhere there was a discrepancy, either up or down of significance, I kind of made some notes on each of those. And then the next few pages get into the actual budget book and the templates that we complete. And so you can look through those. I did want to point out just kind of year-to-date. I know we were asked by council members to provide some data year-to-date. Since we only have the estimates listed under calendar year 2021. So number of fire alarms, we're at 1,696 this year. Number of ambulance EMS alarms, 4,728. We've got an average response time on EMS calls of 3.72 minutes. Average response time on fire calls, 5.57 minutes. That's just because we have a little bit more time to get our gear on and things like that before we get out the door. So far this year, we've conducted a little over 1,100 fire inspections and have written a little over 500 violations. As far as revenues, I did provide a spreadsheet just kind of showing what our collections were as of the end of October, and as well as our expenditures as of October 31st. And that's about all I have for you right now, if there's any questions.
Any thoughts, questions? I want to do a shout out to the chief, actually for COVID. He and I'll say Rob he's here, but it was Thorson and Randy Tweet throughout the COVID time. We're always there on the phone calls, the conference calls with the health department, and all those involved with that, to keep the city safe and informed for making decisions of its employees and also its citizens, and what the rules and regulations and things are. So once again, like I say, the chief kind of took that lead to make sure that we were in compliance with what was going on and the PPE and that sort of thing throughout the city, to make sure that all the departments had the proper things that they needed. So, thank you for stepping up. That's obviously out of the norm, like the COVID situation is. So I appreciate that. And of course, as assistant city manager and filling in, not just now, but over the time here. So thank you very much for that continued support. You pick up the ball like it was never dropped. And so thank you. And thanks to, of course, the fire department. They're out there in the front line. The EMS calls are not easy. Either the fires, but EMS calls seem to be taking a lead on the number of calls, and so thank you. Those are challenges, and constantly getting compliments from citizens on the service that we offer in the ambulance side.
Yeah, constantly getting thank you cards, emails,
Exactly.
and we've got a great dedicated group of personnel. And right now, obviously, we have some staffing situation that we need to try to address, but we're working on that as hard as we can.
And I'll say few fire departments, especially around here, that all the firemen are EMS trained and certified. It's not a requirement, but the city of Rock Island does that above and beyond the normal circumstances, and so it's a commitment. And so top aid, number one service.
Well, I would also commend them on their abilities to react to water hazards. They've been invaluable to us.
Yeah.
And the guys, I mean, we've got this boat out there that we could not do some of the things that we do without their skill out there in a very hazardous environment. People say fire's hazardous, but the guys out there, you know, they put out 110%, and I've been honored to be able to work with them.
Exactly.
Oh.
I think they should go out and try to find that car, because you can't.
He won't let me drive the boat, though. Smart guy.
And this is Alderwoman Swanson, and I just want to thank you on behalf of all the residents for the quick response times. I know that, you know, a lot of people sometimes look at the money that goes into the fire department, but when you are in need, and the fact that the department's there within 3 to 5 minutes is quite amazing and is quite a very, very welcome sight. So thank you for your time and efforts and all of that.
Those BRTs get where they need to go, don't they?
That's right, thanks.
Once again, not that we could be here all day with this type of deal, because everybody steps up to the plate, but also we've talked about partnerships. It's been the consistent theme in almost every department, if not all departments. Once again, they work so well with the other cities and Arsenal and that sort of thing. So, you know, they train together, they communicate all the time, they're at scenes backing each other up. And so it's just as, once again, I'm not that familiar with all the cities, but I just say that it's outstanding here in the Quad Cities, how everybody's got everybody's back and to work together. You know, it's different, sometimes there's differences to be had, and that they forget those when that happens. It's, let's work as a team, so thank you for that partnerships. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Nobody's fallen asleep yet? All right. As they say, last but definitely not least, IT.
Yep, he's definitely it.
Cameras, update to update.
Yeah. Whatever you need, Tim.
It's getting late. I'm sure we're all getting tired, so I'll make it as quick as humanly possible here.
Okay, done.
Oh. Okay, done, right? Thanks. Thank you for a couple minutes to share what's going on with IT. As far as staffing, we remain at 5. That'll be unchanged for 2022. Special projects that we've tried to encourage include enterprise resource planning software. You probably caught HR, finance both have suggested that they're interested in new software. I don't think it's just those two groups. I've heard comments from others. I know inspections has asked for new software for the last 10 years. So it is a common request that we have. Rock Island County wasn't just the financial side of the house. The Emergency Telephone System Board sustained a ransomware attack in the spring. It's taken them several months to even I'm not sure that they're fully recovered, but in any case, they've asked us to kind of participate. We are interconnected with ETSB, and so we're looking to try and improve our security posture to try and thwart some of the security problems that go on with an increased utilization of internet technologies for day-to-day business, and that's where you see this 15,000 CrowdStrike. Computer equipment replacement, we tend to try to replace a certain number of computers throughout the city. We've got some that fail on a regular basis, but it isn't just computers, of course. It's laptops and tablets and displays, cables, time clocks, printers, copiers, yada, yada, yada. There's a whole list of equipment that we take care of on an annual basis. We've proposed North Star hosting.
It's easy for you to
That's
say.
it, that was how it is getting late. We did propose North Star hosting for 2022. What this boils down to is moving the utility billing system to the cloud. What we've run onto is as missions are always critical in public sector, but the reality is the staffing levels in IT too have shrunken over the years. There was a time where there were 8 of us, and now there are 5. At the same time, the software patches, fixes, updates are more fast and furious because of internet activity. The back-end requirements such as database servers, operating system upgrades, hardware, servers, you name it, there's just a lot to it anymore. And the reality is the city of Rock Island just doesn't necessarily have the brain power anymore to take care of some of this stuff. And so we're looking to move that into the cloud. The HR department released a RFP at the beginning of, or no, well, it was kind of in the middle of 2020. They were looking to improve their health and benefit administration. We did budget some money for that, but that could actually be rolled into an entire ERP system, and they made mention about that earlier today. Police cameras, we do have some costs that have increased for maintenance of Milestone, which is the software that they use, and I think there's some interest in this all-traffic speed sign. It's a thing that goes along the side of the road to monitor behavior of drivers. CAD and RMS, the police department's currently going through a replacement software from their older software, which was obtained somewhere around the year 2000, and they're moving to a newer version from the company called Central Square. And so there are going to be some additional costs in this next year for that. And we talked before a little bit about a module called See-Click Fix, which is really intended to try and open the door for individuals who would like to report some sort of a city incident using a mobile device. And so mobile devices like a smartphone have become almost ubiquitous anymore. It would give an individual the ability to snap a photo, send it in, and on the back end, it would track it, give us some more statistics about that kind of stuff, and interface with internal systems like CityWorks, which is used by Public Works. Those are the projects. IT really doesn't have revenue, although we do have some fiber leases throughout the city, but we don't track those. I think finance does. In terms of changes in service, I know the police department has an awful lot going on from a technical perspective. New squad cars, new cameras, all kinds of new tech inside those cars that they have. We try to increase our focus on security. We're already in the midst of moving the application CityWorks to the cloud. And part of what we gain from that is current software, quite frankly. And we'd like to begin the process of looking at new ERP software. Operational changes, surveillance cameras continue to grow, and storage requirements for those cameras continue to grow. Police cruisers, that we're expecting changes there. And of course, software as a service shift, which is basically moving things to the cloud. And specifically what I'm talking about when we talk about software as a service is not just picking up our current applications and sticking them out on the internet, but talking about new software that is really almost handled as a subscription based. And some examples of those softwares that we use today, Google Workspace, okay? It's been a heavy communications tool that we've relied on throughout the pandemic. And it's been available on the internet. It's available for mobile devices. You can use it at home. You can use it on the road, wherever it is. And so these are some of those advantages. And it has a wider amount of security built into it. Professional development for 2022 is pretty much the same as previous years. What we use is a tool called CBT Nuggets, which is an online tool. It's very much like the Biz Library that HR offers, except that it dives a little deeper into some of the technical stuff that we, geek speak, if you want to use that term. And then we've got a staffing breakdown in our documents and our contracts. And so we are showing contracts for 2022. There are some increases that are coming down the pipe. We typically see a 7% increase in all of the financial softwares and so forth. So that's all available for council's review. These other pages, of course, are what go in the budget book itself, and they're all available. If you have any questions, I'm certainly willing to answer any questions, but I promise to keep this brief, so this is my
Great
try.
job with that. Any questions from anybody? I must say, I commend, you had to do a lot of dancing this last year or so with COVID again too, just like anybody else.
Juggling balls.
Is that, once again, the plan of people working from home was not there, security-wise and technology to make sure that everybody can do that and be productive. Once again, to take care of the citizens of Rock Island is to keep that service level up. It's not an easy task. And so thank you for that. And and keeping that moving.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, real quick, I just want to make one last statement or comment. Alderman Dave Geenan is on leave of absence at his request, of indefinite date. So if anybody in his ward has any questions or thoughts, they can contact the city manager or myself. So just want to let everybody make sure everybody's aware of that out in the public. All right.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved to second. I assume there's no discussion. Maybe everybody's sleeping.
No, just-
Roll call, please.
Alderperson Parker.
Aye.
Pulis.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Hurt.
You already did.
Okay.
I
Gilbert.
think he disconnected.
Aye.
Swanson.
Aye.
5-0, motion carries.
Thank you, everyone. See you next